will hold your hand through every step of this journey, Honorable Chairperson. And I think if I can assist on the program of the day, we've got all the members' names to the left. Because I see you also started struggling to recognize Honorable Trollop. I'm
Daniels, they might have written the names on the list, but we want to know the faces.
yes.
Yeah.
Thank you, Chairperson. My name is Marlon Daniels, a member of this committee, also the national chairperson from my party, the Patriotic Alliance. And it's really a great honor to be here to serve and to execute our duties in this committee as far as oversight goes. Thank you.
Thank you very much. My name is Mabatu Mokwena Zondi. I am the Chief Whip of the official opposition party, Umkhonto weSizwe. Thank you.
No, thank you very much, Chairperson. This is Wanda Mahlati, Party Leader, the United African Transformation. I'm carrying the mandate of Pan-Africanism.
So, next.
Good morning, Chairperson. Good morning, colleagues, and good morning to the Minister in the Presidency, the AG, and the DG. My name is Nazir Paulson. I represent the Economic Freedom Fighters, and I'm only co-opted for this meeting. Thank you very much, Chairperson.
Thank you.
Thank you, Chairperson. My name's Ethel Trollop. I'm a member of this committee.
Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. My name is Khomozo Nthea Ramlobeng. I'm the Portfolio Committee Chairperson on Correctional Services, and I belong to this committee.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Chairperson, and greetings once more. This is Supra Obakeng, Ramoeletsi Mahuma Pelo.
SOR.
I'm a member of, yes, SOR. I'm a member of this committee. I also have the responsibility to chair international relations and cooperation. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Morning, Chair, and morning to all the colleagues. Thembi Siweya, Parliamentary Councillor to the Deputy President.
Okay. Honorable Thembi Siweya and Honorable Harold Gurinov will also sit in the committee, not as members of the committee, but they are parliamentary councillors of both the President and the Deputy President. Thank you.
Good morning, Chairperson, and good morning to the Minister and her team. Colleagues, my name is Nobuhle Nkabane. I'm the Deputy Chief Whip of the African National Congress. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good morning, Chair, and everybody else. I'm Kathleen Labuskaghni, and I'm the alternate for the DA.
Thank you.
Good morning once more. My name is Bakoli Lenot Dada. I'm the Deputy Chief Whip for the DA, member of this committee.
Thank you, honorable members. Then I'm back to you, Mr. Sekheto.
Chair, before Mr. Sekheto.
Honorable
Thanks, Chair.
Ramulobeng.
Thanks, Chair. I thought we would have an opportunity to go through the agenda because I wanted to get clarity before we allow presentations to start. I'm raising this, Chair, because the program makes an indication that between 3 to 16:50, we have an in-committee discussion on our draft strategic planning and our APP, which we would have engaged on when we did our strat plan. And we haven't received any draft as the committee to be able to engage on it. So I wanted to check whether is it still part of the agenda or not, and if it's not, so that it can be amended and we change the agenda for today. Thank you.
Thank you very much for raising that, Honorable Ramulobeng. Let's finish the introductions, then I'll come back to this. Thanks for reminding me. Thank you.
Thank you, Chairperson. For the purpose of the record, my name is Andri Sekheto. Once again, I'm still Andri Sekheto from the Office of the AG, delegated by the Auditor-General, Mr. Kani Maduleke, to come and brief the committee here today. Thank you, Chair.
Good morning, Honorable Chairperson, Honorable Members, Honorable Minister, the DG, and senior management members of the Presidency. My name is Sipesihle Mlangeni, and I am the Senior Manager responsible for the audit of the Presidency. Thank you.
Thank you, Chairperson. Good morning, Chairperson. Good morning, honorable members, management, minister, and also all the executive of management. My name is Mukwana Nicholas. I am the Deputy Business Unit Leader from AGC. Thank you.
Good morning, Chairperson, honorable members, the Minister. My name is Songezo Makula. I am the Specialist Stakeholder Relations and Advocacy from the Office of the Auditor-General. Thank you.
Thank you very much. The Office of the Auditor General is represented by Mzin Wizinsizwa. Thank you. Honorable Minister.
Good morning, Chairperson, and morning to the honorable members of the portfolio committees, the delegation from the AG, and the delegation that is accompanying me from the Presidency led by the Director General. My name is Kumbuzo Nchabeni. I'm the Minister in the Presidency. Amongst the ministers in the Presidency, I'm the one the President designated to represent him in this portfolio committee.
Thank you very much, Honorable Minister.
Thank you. Good morning, Chairperson. Good morning, honorable members of Parliament, Minister, colleagues from the AG, and colleagues from the Presidency. My name is Tindile Baleni, Director General in the Presidency and Secretary to Cabinet. Thank you.
Thank you very much, DG.
Good morning, Chairperson, and good morning to all the members of the committee. Good morning also to the colleagues and the officials. My name is Rory Gallagher. I'm the Chief Operations Officer in the Presidency.
Okay, thank you very much.
Good morning, Chairperson and honorable members of the committee, Minister in the Presidency, the DG, and colleagues. My name is Onke Mjo, and I am the Deputy Director General in the private office of the President. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Morning, Honorable Chair, honorable members, honorable Minister, DG, colleagues. My name is Mtutu Zimbada. I'm the head of the Office of the Deputy President.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mbada.
Good morning, Chairperson. Good morning.
Apologies, DG is correcting me. I must say Deputy Director General, Office of the Deputy President in the Presidency.
Thank you very
Thank
much.
you.
Good morning, Chairperson. Good morning, honorable members. Good morning, Minister and DG and members of the AG and colleagues. My name is Nombongo Zwelibanzi. I am the Acting Deputy Director General for Corporate Management in the Presidency.
Thank you.
Good morning, Honorable Chair, honorable members of the committee, Minister, DG, and colleagues. My name is Bulani Kule. I'm the Acting Head of Policy and Research Services in the Presidency.
Thank you.
Okay.
Good morning, Honorable Chairperson, honorable members of the committee, Minister, DG, members of AGSA, as well as the colleagues. My name is Beverly Nkwana, the Chief Financial Officer of the Presidency.
Thank you.
Good morning, Chairperson. Good morning, honorable members, the Minister and the DG. My name is Makosini Mtimkulu. I'm the Director in the Office of the Leader of Government Business within the Presidency.
Thank you.
Good morning, Chairperson, honorable members, Minister, the Director General. My name is Mildred Nkopane. I'm the Chief Director in the Office of the Director General and Secretary of Cabinet. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Good morning, Chairperson, honorable members, Minister, DG.
Speak to the mic, please.
My name is Sipho Mpele. I'm a Chief of Staff in the Office of the Minister in the Presidency.
Thank you very much. Oh, you don't want to introduce yourself?
Good morning, Chairperson, Minister, honorable members, DG, and colleagues from the Presidency. The name is Akona Jonginamba. I'm the PLO to the Minister in the Presidency.
Okay. The support to the committee, can we introduce ourselves?
Good morning, Honorable Chairperson, Honorable Members and departmental officials. Dustin Davids, researcher to this committee. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you.
Good morning, Honorable Chairperson, Honorable Members, Honorable Minister and colleagues. My name is Julius Mwepe, Content Advisor for the, actually I'm assisting the committee in the meantime. Thanks.
Thank you. Awumvuleni. Switch on your mic. If your thing is not working that side, move to the other side.
Good morning, Honorable Chair, Honorable Members, Minister, Office of the.
Just
General.
introduce yourself.
My name
Mvuleni.
is Rodemnisi. I'm a content advisor for this committee and DPME.
Okay, thank you.
No, good morning, Honorable Chair and the honorable members, and good morning, Minister and the delegation from the Presidency and the AG. My name is Temba Kupula. I'm the media officer for the committee from Parliamentary Communication Services. Thank you.
Thank you. Next.
Good morning, Chairperson, honorable members. My name is Perrin Hendrik. I'm a representative of the National Assembly Secretariat. Thanks.
Thank you very much.
Good morning, Chair. My name is Mlulami Dodo from the Committee Department. Thank you.
Thank you very much. The gentleman at the back there. Can you please introduce yourself?
Morning, Chair of the meeting. My name is Ntokseni Razutani. I'm part of the ANC support. Thanks.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Chair. Good morning once more. I'm Vabatu Mezwini, the Secretary of the Committee. Thank you.
Thank you very much. There are two gentlemen sitting at the right at the back there. We don't know who you are. If you can introduce yourselves.
Good morning, members. My name is William Azanzi. I'm a member, I'm a member of the public who is interested in the work of this committee. I also work as a freelance writer. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you. The next one.
Good morning, ma'am. My name is Graham. I'm from Sound and Vision Department of Parliament, and I'm the technical guy.
Thank you very much, honorable members. Now we know who is in this room. So going back to the agenda as alerted by the Honorable Ramulo Beng, indeed, there's an item right at the end of the agenda. This one from 15 to 16 hour 50. So we are not going to deal with this item today. We will find another day as a committee when we deliberate on our draft report, and we will deal with this one and also the regulations of the committee. So we haven't dealt with it. So like I said earlier, that this is a new committee. We are working with borrowed staff. That is why you had others when they said they are assisting the committee. Indeed, they are assisting the committee, and we appreciate what they are doing. Is there a mover for the adoption of this agenda with the amendments? Honorable SOR.
Chair, thank you very much. I move that we adopt the agenda with an amendment in addition that we don't have that tea break, as you said earlier. Those who want tea can go in and out to enjoy the tea. Thanks. I move for adoption, Chair.
Thank you very much. Is there a seconder? Honorable Daniels.
Thank you so much, Chairperson. I hereby second.
Thank you very much. Mr. Sekheto, you can take us through the presentation.
Thank you, Honorable Chairperson. Thank you, Honorable Members. Good to meet everybody once again. Honorable Chair, might I also acknowledge and appreciate you for also holding us accountable as we embark on this journey. It was one of the elephants that we thought we might need to grapple with here today as we present the fact that as the Office of the AG, we pride ourselves on being a responsible corporate citizen, and that also includes subscribing to our country's objectives and laws and regulations, including being a transformed institution. And so allow me to deposit and notify the committee that Ms. Nompakamo Matanzima, who was the business unit leader responsible for this portfolio, unfortunately resigned last month, and her deputy, Ms. Kumari Naika, who's responsible for the International Relations and Cooperations portfolio audit, is also unfortunately overseas doing some of those site visits in order to obtain the relevant assurance. So unfortunately, we had to do with what we had. It was one of the things I was grappling in terms of how I'm going to sell it to the committee, but thank you for calling us out, and hopefully our reasons are acceptable. Thank you, Chair. Honorable Chairperson, as we then start our presentation, allow me to also maybe highlight one or two things as we then journey on the presentation. The first part, I'll take a bit of time just to also maybe brag a little bit. As the Office of the AG, we are celebrating our 115th year of existence as a National Audit Office. So it's something that we are also quite proud of. And as part of our engagements with relevant stakeholders, including Parliament and the oversight bodies, we look forward to presenting this year an integrated annual report that will hopefully reflect on this journey and give you a synopsis of what the institution is about and the gains we've made as an institution in our country, appreciating that there's still some efforts that's required in order to affect the necessary improvements in our country, but we remain committed to journeying with the relevant accountability ecosystem and also in support of oversight in driving a better South Africa for all of us. Then, Chairperson, if I can move over to the next slide. We usually start our presentations by reminding our stakeholders that as the Office of the AG, we do exist in line with our constitutional mandate to perform our audits to strengthen our country's democracy by enabling oversight, accountability, and governance through the audits that we do, and thereby building public confidence. In order to do this, Honorable Chairperson, honorable members, we then devised a strategy. So the law tells you can do this, but the how you do it is devised by the action plans and the strategies that you then devise and then implement. And on account of that, as the Office of the AG, you would have heard us using our culture shift reference and strategy quite often in our recent engagements. And that is just a strategy that acknowledges that at the core of it, there are systemic problems in our country that requires at the root of it a deep culture shift in order for us to move the improvements in public sector or in government as a whole. And to deliver on that, what we aspire in line with that particular culture, or what we aim to see for the public sector culture, is a public sector culture that is underpinned by what we commonly refer to as the PATI principles. So the PATI is an acronym for performance, accountability, transparency, and institutional integrity. Now, Honorable Chairperson, I'm very deliberate in saying it's our strategy, but those principles that we've identified that we promote as principles that all of public sector should aspire to are actually enshrined in the Constitution. If one goes to Section 195 of the Constitution, you'll be able to then determine that those principles that we say should underpin and underscore public sector culture are not a requirement or something that is demanded by the Office of the AG, but it's actually demanded by the Constitution and it's demanded by all officials. And it basically just says that all of us ought to aspire to a culture where we are delivering on our legislated mandate and our strategic objectives to meet the people's need. We are being financially responsible to ensure sustainability and viability, and we avoid harm to the public and make sure that we use the public resources prudently and responsibly. And from an accountability point of view, it talks to our legislated requirement for us to report truthfully, accurately, and provide answers when we are challenged in terms of the areas of responsibility that we were bestowed upon in terms of legislation as mandated, and then also for the actions we would have taken, because nobody says you can't take action, but once those actions are taken and they've resulted in certain outputs or outcomes, we ought to be responsible and accountable for those actions, and then also in terms of the consequences for when things don't go wrong. I mean, things don't go right for the actions that we would have then taken. And then transparency, basically coming down to our ability to provide reliable information, because if we are able to provide reliable and credible information, It means the system is able to engage meaningfully on the information and the data that's presented in front of it in order to make decisions that could result in corrective action or for improvements. And then lastly, from an institutional integrity point of view, we really espouse to see a public sector where systems and improvements are implemented that will result in institutionalized controls and ensure that people behave ethically, they comply with key legislation, and ultimately that they act in the best interest of the institution, its people, and the country's people at large, and avoiding instances such as conflict of interest. There is, Honorable Chairperson, what is we commonly refer to as the petty principle. And once again, I reinforce, these principles are actually demanded by Section 195 of the Constitution and not by us. We just aligned our strategy in that regard. So, Chairperson, as we then venture on to the next slide, usually this is a very easy slide for us to present as the Office of the AG. We have been doing it for about 2 or 3 years. It underpins or underscores 2 or 3 important points or principles. But for today's purpose of the engagement, it's one of the elephants in the room that we are pondering about. But you'll appreciate why we make this comment as we unpack the particular slide. So, Chair, honorable members, at the core of it, the strategy acknowledges that it will not take one person or one party or one institution to affect the changes that we all aspire to see in public sector or in government. It acknowledges that it takes an entire accountability ecosystem for all of us to play their respective and responsible parts in this accountability ecosystem in the delivering of our services and the aspirations of our country. From the audit point of view or from the administration point of view, it starts off by acknowledging that if you look on the left-hand side, Honorable Chairperson, Honorable Members, there are those who in legislation have certain responsibilities that they ought to execute on their day-to-day activities from the officials who are on the ground, making sure that as they execute their functions, they comply with the relevant SOPs, management directives, and the relevant controls. Then there are senior managers who must manage the activities of these officials, make sure that they identify any problem areas, bottlenecks, and they're able to implement corrective measures or support in the event where support is required. And then also there's an acknowledgement in terms of the accounting officers and the accounting authorities and the role that they play as supported by their relevant internal audit units as well as the audit committees, which we commonly refer to as the other assurance providers, because they must also provide the accounting officer with the assurance in terms of the direction and the performance and the systems of internal control in their respective environments. And Honorable Chairperson, honorable members, allow me to also deposit at this point in time that the role of the accounting officer and the accounting authority is prescribed in the legislation, whether it's the PFMA and the MFMA. As you can see, we've highlighted both accountability ecosystem, the top one being the PFMA space, the national and provincial government, and the bottom one being the local government space. And then, Honorable Chairperson, obviously in this particular side of our illustration, we also find the executive authority. So in the conversation of the executive authority insofar as it relates to the PFMA work that we do, and also the accountability ecosystem in its intention, means the official who's responsible politically to give direction for that particular portfolio or vote. They provide political leadership, strategic direction, and ensure that government's imperatives and government's objectives are met for that particular portfolio. And then obviously on the right-hand side, the accountability ecosystem is completed by the role, such as your committee, Honorable Chairperson and honorable members, where you must support and provide oversight and support in terms of those respective portfolios. The second point I wanted to land, Honorable Chairperson and honorable members, is if you consider this slide, you look at the left-hand side, which is the green. That's commonly when we deal with, let's say, environmental affairs or international relations and cooperation. There's a minister, there are officials, there's an accounting officer. So that's our conversations that we have with the accountability ecosystem in that particular space. On the right-hand side, there's an acknowledgement, if one looks in the middle block of the role players, there's a bunch of them that are bunched up there, what we commonly refer to as the coordinating institutions or coordinating ministries. So there's an acknowledgement that whilst I may deal with a particular portfolio at the vote level, making sure that the funds that they were allocated are spent within or aligned to the intended purpose in compliance with the laws and regulations, and also reporting accurately and credibly, there's also an implicit and understandable implication or understanding that these institutions play a greater role. So in these coordinating institutions, we've got the likes of the treasuries, the premier's offices, including the presidency at the PFMA level and the likes of your COCTAs. So it means, Honorable Chair, honorable members, we go to the COCTA portfolio, we deal with them from a PFMA audit point of view, but in law, they've got certain responsibilities to support and assist local government. That's why we also look at some of the initiatives and we engage them from that perspective as part of the accountability ecosystem in appreciation of the greater role they play to support and assist government. Equally so, you will see we've also classified the presidency in terms of its coordination role in that particular cohort of stakeholders within the accountability ecosystem. Honorable Chair, honorable members, the last point I'll land here is if you then look at the depiction or the illustration once more, I highlighted earlier on that the PFMA accountability ecosystems are included at the top part of the illustration, and the MFMA colleagues or accountability ecosystem are at the bottom. So, Honorable Chair, honorable members, we want to be very explicit to say, if you look at the coordinating institutions from an MFMA point of view, we did not explicitly include the presidency in that particular cohort. Now, Honorable Chair, honorable members, we do not mean by that or imply that the presidency has got no role to play in that particular space. Remember, this was our depiction of an accountability ecosystem. So it follows legislation, but it also follows proximity, and it follows our strategy that says, who did we think within the context of the work that we do are best placed to assist us to be able to move those environments? And you'll see we've put the Premier's office there because they are ordinarily within those spaces and they operate within those spaces, and we feel that they are probably closer placed to assist us in driving a change in those particular spaces. So I wanted to clarify that so that we don't get a difficult question at the end of the presentation that says, but are we saying that the presidency has got no role to play in local government? Honorable Chair, now, just a quick reminder in terms of our role as the Office of the AG, but I think everybody is well afraid with our constitutional mandate. What I'll highlight and elevate here is the fact that in terms of our enabling legislation over and above our constitutional responsibility and mandate, is that we actually perform our audits on three distinct areas when we perform our audits. The first one is, yes, Honorable Chairperson, we must give you an outcome of whether the financial affairs and financial management disciplines within a portfolio or an institution were adhered to. So in other words, we give you an audit opinion or an audit outcome. So that's the financial statements, and that's where we will commonly refer to as either unqualified or qualified or disclaimer. Those are the type of opinions that we issue in that particular aspect. But as required by the legislation, we must also give a view on how well the institution was able to comply with key legislation as it was executing its day-to-day activities. And Honorable Chair, honorable members, I'm very deliberate in using the word saying key legislation, because as we may all appreciate, there are various pieces of legislation applicable and which entities must comply with across government, but we focus on those ones which have primarily or directly an impact on the financial statements and the financial reporting, such as supply chain management. And supply chain management would be a key focus for us because as government, we are also an expenditure-driven institution. We spend a lot of money to get things done. So compliance with the legislation prescripts will always remain a focus area. But the point is, when we give you a conclusion on compliance, it does not encompass all the areas of compliance in institution or to comply with. It's the ones that are key in terms of its delivery, mandate, or in line with where the money or that has a financial impact or where the money is going to. And then lastly, Honorable Chair, honorable members, we are also legally compelled and required to give you a report on how credible the institution has reported on its performance information. And I'm using my words very intentionally and deliberately because it's a link to service delivery, but it's not a direct report on service delivery. We give you the information in terms of how well they've reported. What it means, Honorable Chair, honorable members, is if an institution came and they submitted an APP with certain actions and targets they want to achieve, and they come at the end and they say, from the 10 actions or targets or indicators that I had committed that I would achieve, if they have only achieved 4 or 5, and they credibly and accurately report that I've only achieved 4 or 5, they cannot get an audit finding because they would have reported credibly. It then relies upon the accountability ecosystem in the previous slide to then have conversations with those portfolios and institutions to understand What happened in the event of delivery? Why did we under-deliver? Is it an issue of budget? Is it an issue of problems during delivery? Or is it an issue of maybe revisiting some things and what do we need to unblock? Or an issue of holding people accountable? So that's how then the accountability ecosystem functions together, because you would have been empowered by being provided with credible and accurate information, and the rest of the accountability ecosystem must then take the baton forward. And hence, Honorable Chair, as the committee engages the portfolio in terms of its audit outcomes, when we come and present, you'll see we will give you 3 distinct reports: the report on financial statements, the report on compliance, as well as a report on how credibly they've reported and on their performance information. Honorable Chair, it is also at this stage where we remind the accountability ecosystem, the oversight committees, and the rest of the stakeholders that we engage, that you would recall, as the Office of the AG, we were also provided with extended powers a while back, where we are able to issue a certificate of debt or issue a material irregularity that could result in a certificate of debt. That was the amendments in terms of Section 5A and 5B of the Public Audit Act. And Honorable Chair, honorable members would be aware that action is being taken, such as the first issuance of the certificate of debt in the Northwest Province. And there are some which are in the pipeline, but we'll deal in a little bit more detail with regard to the state of material irregularities government-wide. Honorable Chair, honorable members, as we then go over to the next slide, this is just a reminder once again of the unpacking the 3 areas of the work that we do. Here, allow me to please lend the fact that when one considers an audit is about assurance. It's not absolute assurance. So it doesn't mean that when I give you the audit certificate, we've audited 100% of the transactions. We've done sampling. It's a representative process, and it's also an opinion. And what's important to note is an audit is not designed to be like a forensic investigation where we detect fraud and the likes. So from that point of view, we'd really like that form of appreciation in the sense of how we design our procedures and how we execute the procedures in line with the entity's policies aimed at financial management in order for us to then reach an opinion. At this stage, I think maybe the last point I'll highlight it because it will become relevant in the presentation as we then come to it a little bit later. When we do the audit of the performance information, Honorable Chair, honorable members, we look at 2 aspects. The first aspect is how well your APP has been crafted. Does it comply with what we commonly used to refer to as the SMART principle? So in other words, the targets and the indicators that are contained within your report, are they useful, are they understandable, and will they allow for you to be able to be measured at the end of your performance cycle? And then once you get to the end of your performance cycle, the second aspect we look at as the Office of the AG would then be how credibly, reliably, and accurately you've reported on your performance. So the reliability of your reporting. We then look at your performance report. We ensure that it's supported by appropriate supporting evidence and that it talks to the actual performance that would have been achieved throughout the year. So it's the usefulness of your plan, and it's also the reliability of your performance report that then gives a reflection of your performance for the year. Then, Honorable Chair, the brief was quite wide, and so we decided we are going to tease the committee with providing government-wide audit outcomes to give a reflection of where we stand as a country based on our latest set of results, in appreciation of the committee's coordinating role. I suspect that the committee might be interested in terms of how government-wide achievement is faring in line with its coordination role as highlighted. So without regurgitating the presentation that was made by our Auditor-General when we launched the GR, allow me to please just reinforce a couple of principles and plant a seed with the committee on some areas of focus that require attention government-wide, which could also inform the committee's program as you then embark on this journey of ensuring effectiveness of your oversight as a committee. Honorable Chair, honorable members, overall, the government audit outcomes are not looking, I almost want to use the words very loosely, not too bad, but we are not satisfied with the progress that's been made. So, Honorable Chair, if you look at the clean audits that are achieved, the clean audits look like they are a third of the cohort of the entire auditee landscape, but that 36% only represents 12% of the budget. So it means that the entities that are getting clean audit are not those audits that are impactful enough to be able to deliver services, or those that look after a substantial portion of the budget. So it indicates that there's still some work to be done in this particular space. And then also, Honorable Chair, I think if you refer back to the presentation that was made by the AG, we as an office also shared very strong sentiments around the fact that more than 30 years into democracy, a clean audit cannot be something that now looks like a measure of achievement. It should have been the basics. And a clean audit, whilst I'm also on the topic, as the Office of the AG, we will always acknowledge that a clean audit does not necessarily translate into services on the ground. But we are very clear, it's a good indication of good governance. It means that that particular institution, linking it to the petty principles, the institution is able to account for the budget it was given, it's able to report accurately on how it spent government money, and it's also able to credibly report in terms of its performance. So from that point of view, it is a very good foundation for those institutions to take those good disciplines and then replicate them in the areas of service delivery. And then, Honorable Chairperson, honorable members, the inverse is also true. Where there are disclaimers and those institutions that are experiencing disclaimers and qualifications and unfavorable audit outcomes, you can go on the ground, there are problems on the ground, which demonstrates that the lack of good management, financial and performance management disciplines in those environments also do translate in problems with regard to service delivery on the ground. The second point I would like to land here, Honorable Chair, honorable members, is the fact that if one considers the regressions and the movements in the middle block, the numbers of improvements look good when you reflect year on year in terms of the outcomes. You would see a cohort of 64 auditees were able to improve their audit outcomes with only 45 regressions. So if you look at the net movement, you would be satisfied that at least we are making gains in the right direction. But if you look at the budget of those who regressed, you'll see it's substantially more than the budget of those who are able to improve, which demonstrates again the focus and the need for us to ensure that oversight is happening in the right areas, those high impact auditees, those ones that have got significant budget and that have got the most severe or significant impact in terms of service delivery. Almost $500 billion of the budget in terms of budget allocation is allocated to those institutions which regressed. So it negates the number, the quantum of the improvements in terms of the overall outcomes. And then lastly, Honorable Chair, honorable members, maybe allow me to also deposit the point around the late submissions. So the late submissions, we do highlight this from a point of view of the impact it has on committees such as yourselves. These late submissions then mean that those institutions are not able to submit their performance and annual financial statements and annual reports in time for them to be deliberated on by committees such as yourselves. So it denies and delays accountability in the sense that those reports, you don't get the opportunity to interact with them timeously, and you are unable to then implement corrective actions in a timely manner. Honorable Chair, honorable members, I'm going to move over to the next slide because now I would like to focus on the yellow cohort. So the reason why I would like to focus on the yellow cohort is we want to acknowledge first and foremost, this is the group of auditees which are able to present financial statements. So honorable members, 1 + 2 = 3. So when you look at it, you'd be able to give them a tick and say, at least from a financial management point of view, they are able to comply. So they are on the right footing. But the key message we want to land here is these institutions that have been dwelling in this yellow zone are often institutions, again, with high budget allocations that have got significant impact in terms of service delivery. So they are the high impact auditees. And honorable Chair, honorable members, if one then considers what we refer to as a yellow zone auditee, remember the 3 areas of audit which I outlined earlier? So financial statements, tick, but also with a disclaimer. In those spaces, more often than not, those institutions were able to obtain unqualified audit opinions also through assistance from the audit process. So they would have submitted financial statements on the 31st of May. We audit the financial statements, we find material misstatements, and then we allow them the opportunity to fix and correct. So even by them arriving in the financial unqualified zone was also as a result of substantive and significant audit effort to get them there. But more importantly, now that they got the tick on the first area of audit focus, they still have challenges more often than not in the spaces of complying with laws and regulation, and also in terms of credibly reporting on performance information. So it means in those high impact auditees, as you can see on the top of the right-hand slide, 95% or just above 90% of those yellow zone auditees all struggle with the ability to be able to comply with key legislation. And that is often in the area of supply chain management. So it means almost 90% is almost 100%. It's a distinction in other conversations. So of the yellow zone auditors, it shows that there's a substantial problem. We shouldn't be celebrating these institutions for having achieved an unqualified audit outcome. We should actually be worried about them for being complacent and being stuck and stagnating in this particular aspect, because it means, yes, you are financially unqualified, but the areas linked to service delivery continue to then remain behind and lag behind, and that should be also an area of audit, of oversight focus and executive focus. Then, Chair, honorable members, I'd also maybe like to say, if you then consider I did mention that the reports which are not credible, you can see 55%, more than half of those cohort are the ones we helped get over the line from the 161. So almost, let's say 90 of them, they only got over the line because of our assistance in this particular regard. And in this particular space, there are also almost 110 material irregularities, of which 91 of them relate to financial losses of 2.5 billion. Underscoring again the conversation we had to say, just because they were able to account and report on it, but the losses and the cost of it is the implication on service delivery as a result of their complacency in this particular space. And the complacency is underscored by the fact that these institutions, you see a third of them, 57 of them have been in the yellow zone for more than 5 years, some of them up to more than 10 years. Just being happy being yellow, I get a cross on performance information, cross on my ability to comply with legislation, but I'm able to say 1 + 2 = 3. So it's one aspect of the 3 audit areas of focus which they're able to tick off. That should be a cause of concern and also an area of focus for government-wide intervention. Then, Honorable Chair, honorable members, being mindful of time, I'll just highlight a couple of other slides going forward now. We continue to operate within a tight and constrained fiscal space. So that is acknowledged. We all need to tighten our belts and ensure that we are taking care of the budgets which have been allocated to us with more prudency and more responsibility. However, we continue to see, Honorable Chair, honorable members, institutions and portfolios where there's budget overspending or spending that was not in accordance with the purpose, deficits where institutions are incurring irregular expenditure which exceeds their revenue allocation or the revenue they're able to generate, and then also accruals from departmental point of view. What these accruals mean, Honorable Chair, honorable members, means as these institutions come to Parliament and oversight committees approve their budget, that budget you are approving, it's already starting on the back foot, because they're going to have to go and service the accruals, the liabilities from the previous year with the money you've allocated in the current year to achieve current year objectives. So which means that those commitments they are making, when you approve the APPs and the plans in terms of the targets that are going to be achieved for this year, it's almost already implied that they will not be achieved because the money will have to first go and service the liabilities of the previous years. So this requires sound financial management disciplines. It requires accounting officers and management to really be aware and plan appropriately and expense appropriately in order to ensure that they do not impact future allocations and therefore future service delivery aspirations. Then, Chair, maybe allow me to also deposit and highlight the claims against departments. The reason why we highlight this, the claims against the department, it's a warning sign. It shows us that things are going wrong in these institutions. Number one, for you to have a claim instituted against you, it means procedurally within the ambit of your delivery, something went wrong. I'll use the police as an example. I know it's you know, with the Madlanga Commission and the likes that are ongoing, it might be controversial, but allow me to deposit this example. The police, in terms of its process, are required to process a person who is detained within 48 hours. So if they pick you up on a Friday, but you only get processed on Monday post 48 hours, it means they did not comply with their own regulations and their own processes. So what then tends to happen is the particular individual will then go and lodge a claim against the state because a process was not adhered to. So it requires that particular institution and environment to go back and look at its process, its standard operating procedures, and ensure that it's able to implement systems, processes, and controls to comply with that in order to curb the claims against the state. But then what further happens is of concern is once these claims are instituted, by the time it gets to be processed, there are certain gaps in terms of the submission of documentation, the rigor within which the environment, being the departments and those who are representing the departments are able to engage with the documents and also go and represent the state, which also often results in claims being awarded uncontested. So it's also an area government-wide that could have a detrimental impact in terms of budget allocation and future allocation of resources for services. Honorable Chair, honorable members, we also still continue, like I mentioned, to operate within a constrained environment, and a lot of our institutions, especially key significant public entities and SOEs, we've reported going concern uncertainties. So essentially what we are highlighting here to the committee is, while they may not be experiencing going concern challenges now, outright going concern problems, there are extremely significant unfavorable indicators that indicate if the situation is not arrested, these institutions might find themselves in problems and therefore also become a burden on the state, because what will end up happening is there will be bailout allocations and bailout requests in order to keep those institutions viable. Honorable Chair, honorable members, as the Office of the AG, we also identify certain integrated projects that we undertake. We identify themes and value chains that are critical for the delivery of services. We all know and appreciate that government, like I mentioned earlier, is an expenditure-intensive machinery, but we also rely on the implementation and the deployment and the successful, might I add, implementation and deployment of infrastructure to deliver our services and to be able to service our citizens. So from that point of view, as the Office of the AG, a couple of years ago, we took a step back, Honorable Chair, honorable members. We then grouped infrastructure as a theme to be able to provide and assist oversight and accountability ecosystem with government-wide information with regard to the status of implementation of projects across government. So, Honorable Chair, you would know, we do, for example, the audit of health. In the health portfolio, they rely on the delivery of hospitals and clinics and infrastructure to be able to deliver services. You go to education, schools. You go to roads and transport, it's infrastructure intensive. You go to public works, so very infrastructure intensive. And we used to do those audits per portfolio and give feedback per portfolio. So we consolidated the feedback in order for us to be able to provide the accountability ecosystem with a government-wide view of the state of implementation and deployment of infrastructure across government. Now, unfortunately, Chair, if you look at the feedback that is on the screen, the outcomes have not been good over the past 2 to 3 financial years that we've been looking at this thing from a consolidated lens. From the 130 projects we looked at from a PFMA point of view, 90% of them had problems or audit findings reported. More than 70% of them were delayed, often with more than 3 years, significant cost overruns on almost half of them, and poor quality work that was delivered on about 40% of them. And then, Honorable Chair, honorable members, when those infrastructure projects are finalized and at great cost and effort, we also found that approximately 10% of them, of our sample, were not deployed or used for the intended purpose. It means that in some instances, you find that a neonatal clinic is put on the ground, state-of-the-art facilities, but then it doesn't get utilized. It means that the community is not benefiting from those services. What we also found is that in some instances, the grants that are being deployed in these spaces are not used for the intended purpose. Now, Honorable Chair, this could also be an area of audit focus for oversight, because again, those grants are often distributed to those environments with strict conditions set on them in terms of what they ought to be used for. So where we then find that these grants are not used for the intended purpose, we ought to ask questions around what happened to those grants, where did they go, and ultimately then who should be held accountable in order for us to then be able to implement corrective measures. Chair, I will then skip to the next slide. Again, Honorable Chair, one area of concern for us in line of our key focus areas as the National Audit Office, I did mention it when I was dealing with the compliance with laws and regulations, is the fact that as the Office of the AG, we will always remain concerned with the area of supply chain management. That is because, like I mentioned, government is an expenditure-driven machinery, and we rely on giving allocations to our portfolios to get services done or deliver services and get things done. In this particular regard, we continue to observe significant non-compliance with the legislation that governs the procurement areas or aspect. And Honorable Chairperson, I would like to maybe spend a couple of minutes here highlighting 2 or 3 principles. Often when we engage on the topic and the issue of procurement, it is presented as a procedural issue. No, it's just the process that wasn't followed. No, it's just the procedure that wasn't followed. But Honorable Chair, honorable members, if you even go back to the previous slide, don't go back, I'm just mentioning it for purpose of reference, where you look at some of those delayed projects, you find more often than not, it was because of appointment of incorrect contractors or improper processes that were followed in the appointment of those contractors. It therefore means there's a ripple effect in terms of service delivery, and then also where some of these funds are getting lost, which has resulted in the material irregularities. So it's not just a procedure or a process issue, Honorable Chairperson. These prescripts, these laws and regulations were designed and implemented and deployed to the public sector space to safeguard public resources. It was meant to ensure that as those who have the responsibility to execute on their functions, as they execute their day-to-day activities, they are able to do so with the aim and mind of protection of resources in order to be able to use those resources for the intended purpose. So some of the findings I'll highlight: uncompetitive processes that we continue to observe with almost 200 of our auditees, improper contract management, and then what we continue to see, Honorable Chair, honorable members, this has been a focus area and an unfortunate audit finding over the past 10 years. It's quite an indictment on government where we still continue to see employees within the departments doing business with the state. We've identified approximately 80 million or 77 million worth of awards where 96 employees within the employ of the state are doing business with the state. One last point I'll maybe deposit in this particular slide, Honorable Chair, honorable members, is if you look at the irregular expenditure total we've disclosed or we've reported, Honorable Chair, honorable members, that 40 billion that we see on the screen is alarming, but it's not complete. It is incomplete on account of two reasons. Number one, our outcomes include certain institutions where when we were performing our audits, we actually realized that they had not completely and accurately disclosed all of the irregular expenditure. So we do not include amounts which we are not sure of because we would have qualified them. So it excludes those who have been qualified on irregular expenditure. But also further to that, Honorable Chair, honorable members, it excludes an estimated 32 billion, which these institutions in line with the compliance framework were disputing, and they went to the National Treasury to go get some form of pronouncement on these instances that we have identified as part of the audit and term them as irregular expenditure. But like I mentioned, in line with the compliance framework, they are allowed to say, I maybe disagree with your finding and your assessment, and they're allowed to go to the National Treasury as the custodian of the legislation to go get a pronouncement on those things. But the value of those matters that are under assessment equates to 32 billion. Now, be that as it may, whether it's allowed for in legislation or not, Honorable Chair, honorable members, the critical point here then says, should those things come back and they are confirmed, it means we've delayed accountability, we've delayed the process of conducting the investigations to do root cause assessments, root cause analysis. We've delayed the process of oversight committees such as yourselves engaging on those balances and being able to understand what needs to be implemented to correct and arrest the situation, and maybe in some instances even prevent further losses, so institute action to prevent further losses. So that is something that we also are quite concerned about as the Office of the AG in that particular respect. Honorable Chair, honorable members, I am moving towards a close, I promise you. I do not like the sound of my own voice, so I'm trying to move as quickly as I can. From a material irregularities point of view, I did mention right up in the beginning of our presentation that we were provided these extended powers, and what does it mean in the confine of the work that we've been able to deliver on the ground, and what it would mean in the context of oversight structures such as yourselves. Government-wide, from a PFMA point of view, Honorable Chair, honorable members, meaning national and provincial government, as at the reporting date, we had identified 203 material irregularities. I'll remind the committee, the irregularity definition says it is a significant non-compliance that we identified during the course of our audit or a breach of fiduciary responsibility, fraud or theft. That's the condition, but that has resulted in or is likely to result in material financial loss, material loss or underutilization of or misuse of a public sector resource or asset, or is going to or likely to result in harm to the public or the institution itself. So there are two conditions that apply here. It's the non-compliance or the event that has taken place, and then the consequence of the event, the result or the impact of that event. So government-wide, like I mentioned, from the total number of material irregularities we had identified, there's an estimated loss of 9 billion, over 9 billion. Chair, we are also very mindful of using the words estimated or the word estimated loss. The reason why, Honorable Chair, is you would appreciate we do the audits, we have a confined time within which we must execute our responsibilities, and then we have to withdraw from the environment. So we are only able to ascertain that much, and then the intention was for the counting officer, as required by the legislation, to then proceed and do the necessary investigations, determinations to be able to quantify the full extent of the losses, because they are in the environment, they are responsible for the environment, they have that responsibility, and they've got all the evidence in terms of the records. And then once the accounting officer has then done the determination, the full estimation of the losses, it will empower them then to take action, as well as then any corrective action that is required from a consequence management point of view, or improvement of internal control. So safeguarding of assets and losses continue and remain to be a concern for us. And that is underscoring again the conversation that says the non-compliance to required legislation and prescripts is not just one rooted in process or procedure. It actually has a direct consequence on your resources and also your ability to deliver services, because this is money that could have been used elsewhere to deliver services across the government machinery. Honorable Chair, maybe let me also deposit two remaining points in the sense that we also identify certain, like I mentioned, in line with the definition, material irregularities that deal with the impact on citizens. So in other words, you'll see where we identified in the education space, MIs that are related to the school nutrition program, where it then is concluded that the non-compliance in that aspect resulted in harm to the public, because the gaps that were identified in the school nutrition program had a direct impact on the citizens, being the scholars that were supposed to benefit from those programs that didn't benefit. And then obviously the ones that we are probably very well familiar with now at this stage are the ones that relate to the wastewater treatment plant. We all know our problems that we have in the water space. And so over the years, as the Office of the AG, we had been reporting significant amount of material irregularities in this space at local government level, and also in the accountability ecosystem in the water space with regard to the condition of our wastewater treatment plants that were not looked after and ultimately resulted in significant pressure and strain on our very precious resource. The last point I'll lend, Honorable Chair, Honorable Members, on this slide is, yes, it might not be all doom and gloom. There are some good positives from spin-offs from the material irregularity process, and that's that 2.4 billion as a result of our process and our intervention has either been recovered, prevented, or is in the process of being recovered. I would like to put a disclaimer and say, if one considers 10 billion and then 2.5 billion, it's only 25% of the losses suffered. It therefore demonstrates that there's still a lot of work to be done in terms of not only the recovery processes, but rather for us to focus on preventative measures to make sure that we don't find ourselves in instances or spaces where we are incurring losses, because then the process to recover those losses is quite a tedious and a long one. And you can see the rate of recovery, we remain concerned with that. And maybe that's also an area where institutions or accountability ecosystem role players such as oversight can play an active role to support this process in terms of affecting a greater rate of recovery. Honorable Chair, honorable members, but there are certain improvements in terms of internal controls that are being implemented by the accounting officers to prevent recurrence of some of these material irregularities. There's been a number of investigations that have been conducted, and some refer to the SIU, the public protector, in terms of our processes where action is being taken, but we remain concerned with regard to the rate of success in this regard, and therefore we also require accountability ecosystems, role players such as oversight to assist in driving the effectiveness of our tool. Honorable Chair, honorable members, you said government-wide. So the previous session, we dealt with the PFMA outcomes, so we thought it prudent to also include a reflection on the local government audit outcomes. The latest ones that were released in the previous financial year Honorable Chair, honorable members, we are aware that the 24-25 financial year has ended. We are in the process of compiling our general report on the consolidated audit outcomes of local government, which will be shared shortly with you. Honorable Chair, maybe let me also allow to deposit at this point in time, again, it could be an avenue of collaboration with the committee where we come and we brief the committee in terms of the audit outcomes in that particular space to give the government-wide view of what's happening at that level of government. But the story remains the same. The outcomes here look a little bit worse than the PFMA outcomes because we do know that local government continues to struggle with institutional capabilities, with affecting consequence management, with skills and implementing sound controls with regard to financial management and performance reporting disciplines. In this space, however, there has been incremental gains. The incremental gains would be if one considers the second last column from the right-hand side of the presentation, Honorable Chair, honorable members. There is the one that deals with the disclaimers. That is the disclaimer audit outcome. So the disclaimer audit outcome is one of the worst outcomes that you can get as an audit outcome. And that basically means that when we arrived at your institution and you submitted information for us to audit, it did not have supporting evidence. So based on what you have submitted and based on what you are saying and based on what we couldn't find on the ground, we are even unable to express any view on your financial statements. You will see that there's been a notable reduction with almost a 50% reduction. Part and parcel of why I'm highlighting this, Honorable Chair, honorable members, is also because we used our tool, the MI material irregularity process, where we issued material irregularities to those non-compliant municipalities, and they were able to also improve and submit financial statements. At least now you are submitting financial statements with supporting evidence. You are able to receive a view of what to go and fix if there's anything that remains to be fixed in that environment. So that's a positive step in the right direction, we must admit. However, the picture still paints a picture that says there's a lot of work that's still required to be done in local government, and hence we continue to work with institutions such as COCTA and SALGA and National Treasury and the coordinating ministries in this space with regard to their support interventions. This also just gives a high-level depiction of the state of material irregularities at the local government space, Honorable Chair, honorable members. Again, close to 10 billion of material financial losses suffered, with some recoveries being made and then some implementation of internal controls. However, if one looks at that, the number of material irregularities are exponentially more in the local government space, indicating that there is indeed support interventions required in this particular space. Honorable Chair, now we get to get you to look in the mirror as the chairperson of the committee. Now we're going to talk about your audit outcomes. So we've been talking about everybody else. Now we're going to talk about you. Honorable Chair, honorable members, from the vote one point of view, the audit outcomes, you would see that the 5-year trend indicates that generally the vote one audit of the presidency has been doing fairly well. So the green, if I remind the honorable chairperson, honorable members again, means that they were able to achieve clean audit outcomes. So they presented financial information that was accurate, credible, and free of material misstatements. They were also able to comply with significant or key legislation as and when they were executing their day-to-day activities. And they were also able to produce credible and accurate performance reports in this particular regard. There were a couple of years where we dealt with specific issues, but the good news is they've demonstrated the resilience and the ability to then be able to course correct and recover. And we hope that they're able to maintain that particular trend. However, the conversation here for your own purpose as Honorable Chair, honorable members of this oversight committee might probably then say, but as the executive and the head of state, if you are doing well, how do you then also support government to also then improve in their outcomes, in their financial audit outcomes, to also improve in that particular space? So you can lead by example, but then how do we up our effectiveness in terms along the entire state as we then ensure that they also improve? We also thought it best to just reflect on the legislative mandate of the presidency. However, I know the Honorable Minister and the DG will come and take the podium shortly after us. So we will not delve much into it. I think the legislation and its roles and responsibilities are clearly outlined, appreciated by all members in this particular committee, but allow us maybe to just highlight one or two of those particular roles and responsibilities and how it impacts the audit work that we do. So number one, Honorable Chair, Honorable Members, Section 85 is quite key for us, and especially the portion that deals with coordinating the functions of state departments and administrators. That, again, Honorable Chair, underscores why in the accountability ecosystem, we had included the presidency as part of those coordinating institutions, that beyond your vote one responsibilities, there might be responsibilities that you ought to then play in assisting and taking government along, especially insofar as it relates to improving the picture that we would have seen in terms of the audit outcome. So that coordinating role is included and enshrined in the Constitution. Then, Honorable Chair, when we do the audits that we outlined earlier on, when we execute our constitutional mandate and our work, I did mention the 3 areas of audit focus being financial statements, compliance, and reporting on performance information. So when we do our work and audits in line with the requirements of our legislation, the performance information work that we do has to be rooted in the mandate of the institution. So the enabling legislation of those institutions, we make sure that the performance information, the measures and the targets and the indicators that they include are aligned to the legislation. And you'll see again a reminder, we've included that Section 85 reference, and we've included the C part in bold there to show the coordinating functions, and some of the programs we would then select for audit would be informed by this assessment. So the programs we selected for the audit of the presidency were Program 1, Program 2, and Program 3. And the audit outcomes in those particular spaces or in the execution of those audits over the years has consistently yielded, let's call it positive outcomes, in the sense that we did not have significant findings on the usefulness of the plan, and we also did not have material findings on how credibly and accurately they reported on their targets and indicators. We do provide a synopsis of the 3-year performance of the Vote 1 for your benefit, which indicates what percentage of their targets would have been achieved. So this achievement rate, Honorable Chair, Honorable Members, could be used for your engagements to understand what's the legs behind in terms of upping the performance and what ought to be done in those spaces to then up the performance. But also more importantly, beyond the numbers, we then look at what is the substance and the nature of these targets and indicators that were not achieved. And as you can see, Honorable Chair, Honorable Members, those are the ones in the middle, and we demonstrate the impact on the right-hand side, where we then demonstrate that the non-achievement of some of these targets could have a ripple effect or implication on your responsibilities insofar as it relates to coordination. So, Honorable Chair, allow me to quickly just recap this slide again. The selection of what we test and audit is informed by the legislation, the enabling legislation of any institution. We make sure that those targets and indicators are aligned to the enabling legislation and its core responsibilities. And then once we select, we then make sure we test the plan, we test the performance report. No significant findings on the usefulness of the information over the years on the plan. No material findings in terms of how well and credible they've reported on their performance report. And the achievement rate it's satisfactory, but there's room for improvement in terms of paying attention to some of those key targets and indicators. On the next slide, Honorable Chair, just to conclude the conversation on the initiatives by the presidency in terms of its coordinating role. We linked some of those programs, and within those programs, we find some of these key initiatives that are included in there, Honorable Chair, Honorable Members. So we give you a high-level synopsis, and what's key to also mention here is we were anticipating some questions, but maybe it's not a good idea to start. We'll wait for those questions to start depositing those views now as we present. But for now, we will mention that the actions and the initiatives, like I mentioned, we have to check, is it in line with your legislation? Are there any non-compliances in line with it, or any initiatives or actions that are not aligned to your legislation? And then if there are, what is the impact? And then if they are not, and we are able to link them, what is the outcome of those initiatives? And that's where we reported in this particular regard. So we found that the actions were aligned to terms of reference, key programs, and also key action or program actions. No concerns in that regard. And obviously, because it's included in the performance information, it would mean that whatever action they do and funds that they expense in this regard would have been tested as part of the assurance process when we conducted the audits to make sure that they are aligned to the policies and the procedures of the institution. Honorable Chair, honorable members, I'm now going to go to my last slide. I promise this is my last slide. When you see call to action, we've taken 45 minutes, so we've clawed back 15 minutes. We were quite efficient, Chair. Maybe a little bit boring, but we were quite efficient. So allow me to then conclude my presentation by making a couple of overarching comments, Chair. Chair, the brief to us was quite loaded in the sense that we were required to reflect on presidency, but also government-wide, and then also we must remain rooted in line with the work that we do according to our mandate. So the call to action is the one that's included in the general report as issued by the Office of the AG in March. And that is quite important because if you consider the government-wide outcomes that we have just presented, these are the root causes that we have attributed to the outcomes we have just discussed. So there continues to be governance failures and lack of consequence management and institutional integrity in the institutions that we've audited. We've spoken about it, Chair. That's why we link it to the petty principles. We go back again to Section 195, responsibilities of officials, and then weaknesses in oversight and intergovernmental coordination and cooperation, where some projects in some areas are delivered, but there was no coordinated effort in terms of making sure that all of those who are required to make sure that the project is delivered successfully and also operating optimally for the benefit of the citizens were coming to the party in that particular aspect. And then, Chair, the second point I'll deposit in terms of our call to action on how to address and deal with these root causes. You'll see, Chair, it's slightly worded a little bit differently because, and intentionally so, when we do our audits in terms of PFMA and MFMA, it talks about the accounting officer, Chair. So the accounting officer must, accounting officer should, may, must. But if you look at how we've coined our call to action, we're calling for effective executive leadership and diligent oversight. Again, Chair, linking it back to our accountability ecosystem where we say it takes all of us in this accountability ecosystem. If one party does not play their role, it could result in a break and therefore the ineffectiveness of that accountability ecosystem. But if you look at the actions that we require the oversight to be diligent on, are the ones that are directly within the purview of the root causes and the problems we've identified and require action at administration and senior management or official level. So it talks about the performance plans, making sure that those performance plans are of the right quality and they are aligned to government's program as included in the medium-term development plan, and that those targets and indicators will help us to achieve our intended government-wide objectives, and that there's increased oversight in the performance and ensuring that the performance is aligned to the plan and budget. Because if you ensure that your performance is aligned to the plan and budget, it means we will not have some of the outcomes that we were just discussing in terms of overspending of the budget or improper spending of funds in terms of not being spent for the intended purpose. And then also you will see, Chair, point number 2, how it's worded. It says, it would be appreciated if these oversight structures and the executive leadership could obtain the assurance from the accounting officers on how they have implemented institutional capabilities in their respective environment, how they are setting the tones, those accounting officers, with regard to ethics, integrity, and the ability to comply with laws and regulations as they execute their day-to-day activities. Their ability to make sure that they safeguard scarce resources as they spend government money by ensuring that procurement and contract management principles that they have in their environments are compliant with legislation. Deriving value from the other support functions, because, Chair, again, in the accountability ecosystem, internal audit committee are there. They serve the purpose of supporting the accounting officer to make sure that the accounting officer has the necessary level of assurance to be able to provide assurance to you as oversight so that you have better quality information, so that you're able to engage differently and make meaningful decisions on account of credible information that would have been submitted to you. Honorable Chair, we also continue to advocate for a different tone at the top to ensure that the tone that you set is the one that ripples down in terms of executive leadership, in terms of the administration, the senior officials that are on the ground, that are executing and ensuring that they are expanding with their efforts to achieve government objectives and services and deliver services for the citizens. So effectively dealing with any issues of mismanagement, we call on oversight to ensure that that is indeed happening in those spaces, especially insofar as it relates to consequence management. We continue to deploy vast amounts of resources in the delivery and deployment of infrastructure, Chair. But however, we still remain challenged with whether we are seeing are we seeing the cranes on the ground, Chair? The question we ought to ask ourselves, are we seeing cranes on the ground? With the amount of money we have deployed insofar as it relates to infrastructure delivery, South Africa ought to have been a construction site with cranes all over the ground. And so if we are not able to observe that as oversight structures, it then calls into question with regard to the effectiveness of all these resources that are deployed in those particular spaces. And so infrastructure and information systems will continue to remain a focus area, and that's an area where oversight could really play a significant part in ensuring that there's diligent implementation by staying close to those particular government programs. Lastly, Chair, I link the previous conversation with the quality of spending, because when you make sure that you're spending in the right spaces and the right areas, it talks to quality of spending, making sure you are diligent in protecting those resources. Lastly, Chair, we spoke about the MIs. Again, we don't say you must go and resolve them, Chair. You will see we ask for the executive leadership and diligent oversight insofar as it relates to supporting and monitoring and overseeing the resolution of these MIs. I did spend quite a bit of time when I was dealing with the material irregularities, underscoring that the rate of recovery is really not commensurate to the extent of leakage we are incurring, and it requires something to be able to either prevent these leakages or when in the event where things have gone wrong, to make sure that we are quite diligent, relentless in the pursuit of the recovery of state resources in that particular regard. Honorable Chair, honorable members, as I then step off in terms of our presentation, I would like to maybe just brag a little bit. For the second year in a row, the Office of the AG was noted as a top employer. We received a top employer accreditation and award. So that is just a bit of FYI. But lastly, Chair, we remain committed as the National Audit Office to support your committee as it embarks on this journey of ensuring oversight over this vote. Secondly, Chair, we look forward to supporting you insofar as it relates to any other government-wide information that you may request for us. When we do our integrated audits, we issued and tabled the water sector report as the Office of the AG in December. That report was an attempt by the Office of the AG to give a reflection of the state of governance and institutional arrangements in the water value chain countrywide and government-wide, which you would appreciate, Chair, as a national level. You've got an intermediary level, which is the water boards, and then you've got local government. So it's a report that brought together the governance arrangements and some of the key challenges in that particular space, which we tabled in Parliament in December. The reason why I'm mentioning that, Honorable Chair, honorable members, is because we've had an engagement with the Presidency where we presented the report, and they've also committed to giving us a slot to engage the national, I'm paraphrasing, the National Working Committee on Water that was established by the President to assist them as they compile their action plan going forward. So we look forward to also contributing equally in the same space with you as you embark on your journey of oversight insofar as it relates to the integrated products of the Office of the AG. Thank you for the opportunity, Honorable Chair, honorable members. We shall now take questions, comments, or inputs. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Sekhetho, for your detailed presentation on the audit outcome. I cannot lie to you, Mr. Sekhetho. It's depressing, especially the level of no, don't put words on my mouth. The level of wasteful expenditure and also the losses with regard to from the fiscus with regard to unfinished infrastructure and also the issue of the grants that are usually not used for their intended purposes. So that is very worrisome, and also it gives us that opportunity as parliamentarians to make sure that we do regular oversight in all the, not as this committee, I'm saying members of parliament to do our rigorous oversight and follow where the money is. Are there any additions from your team, Mr. Sekhetho?
Thank you for the opportunity once again, Chair. So maybe let me just deposit before I allow them the opportunity to come in, that I forgot to mention as part of the question that was raised by the honorable member earlier on, as the Office of the AG, Honorable Chair, to assist government when they are in the process of compiling their annual performance plans. We also have the opportunity where those portfolios can submit those plans to us before they submit to Parliament, where we do a review. So it's a proactive approach we have rather than coming at the end and then want to say you've got findings, where then they have the ability to implement our recommendations. And I must confirm that we've had the opportunity and the privilege of also assisting the presidency by receiving their APP. So hopefully, Chair, the version you will be receiving or you have received is the one that would have been checked by the Office of the AG. So maybe if they submit, you must ask them, Rory, is this the version that was checked by the Office of the AG, just to provide you with that additional assurance, Chair? But those are some of the initiatives we do as the Office of the AG to proactively assist our institutions of government. Gentlemen, thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, Mr. Sekhetho.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chair. Honorable Chair, I just want to highlight that for the current audit, we'll continue on the key initiatives that the presidency is embarking on insofar as government-wide matters are concerned, specifically the area of phase 2 of Operation Vulindlela, which was approved by Cabinet last year. So that's an area that we'll continue to work on to generate insights to drive necessary action. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. You don't have anything to add?
Yeah. No, thank you so much, Chairperson. Maybe just to add two things for me. Chair, the consolidated audit outcomes, it's an accumulation of all the outcomes that we communicated with various portfolio committees, where we're trying to re-emphasize this. Now we are just bringing this together. And also even what we also like to share is that we do also even confirm that the presidency vote annually, they do submit the reports to Parliament, and we confirm that as part of audit as well. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Oh, you are covered. Honorable members, that is the report from the AGSA, and congratulations on your achievements on those accolades that you received. Honorable Paulson, Honorable Trollip, in that order.
Thank you very much, Chairperson, and thank you very much, Mr. Sekhetho, for the excellent presentation. And I must say you are very brave to say that with the amount of money that we are spending, South Africa should be a construction site. Not just that, we should have gone a long way in eradicating poverty, but that isn't so because of the rampant corruption within the GNU government. You mentioned that the report mentions that 39% of auditees, these are people managing 46% of the budget, are in the yellow zone, unqualified with findings. And you said it shows signs of complacency. It's okay, they are there, unqualified with findings. So there is still some irregularities. So what specific interventions are you proposing that should be used to move these entities towards clean audits rather than allowing them to stagnate. And then the report mentions there are 203 material irregularities that have been identified, resulting in an estimated 9.17 billion rand financial loss. That is quite substantial. So what is the specific timeline for the certificate of debt process, especially in cases where accounting officers have failed to implement remedial actions? And Minister, I hope you are following, because some of the issues mentioned in that AG presentation are questions that I'm going to direct to the Minister in the Presidency, because you will be responsible for addressing those. And Mr. Sekhetu, you mentioned infrastructure and, infrastructure projects and programs are probably the best way of getting South Africans to work, because we spend most of our money there. Infrastructure is not just something that you do and it's finished. Infrastructure, in fact, your construction of a hospital is actually the small amount. For the next couple of years, you're going to spend so much more to maintain that particular infrastructure. Okay, so this is where, so with 89% of infrastructure projects having audit findings and average delays of 41 months, how will the Presidency, how will you recommend that the Presidency's coordinating mandate address the lack of integration and coordination between provincial and local government that leads to these failures? Because they are the implementing agency. Most of these infrastructure projects are implemented through provinces and municipalities. Then also, your presentation says that the Presidency only produced one tracking report on SONA commitments in 2023-2024 instead of the plan 2. So I would imagine that there was some serious institutional failure within the Presidency that would lead to missing this particular target. So how would you propose we hold whoever is responsible accountable for timely reporting going forward? The next one is really worrying. We live in the information age. In fact, if we adequately and effectively used ICT, it would be easy to track so many important metrics in terms of the way we work, whether we are reaching the people that need government assistance. And you stated that there are ICT and cyber vulnerabilities. And 64% of the people, of the entities audited, were found to have inadequate backups and incident response. I worked in the ICT sector for a very long time. I was an academic teaching ICT. And what happens is, on a quarterly basis, large organizations used to power down their systems, emulating a system crash. and then see how quickly they can recover. You know, disaster recovery is very important. So it's extremely worrying that 64% of state entities do not have adequate incident response. We are sitting with an impending disaster here. So what have you proposed that the presidency does to address this? Because this is not something that can wait till you have time. This is critical. We can't have our entities not having adequate incident response, having backups. Because ICT isn't just a mere support function.
Honorable Paulson,
It's a critical driver of
Can you wrap
the
up,
future
please?
of public services. No, I'm not yet there, Chairperson, or to wrapping up. But if I have to get there,
but we don't have the whole day
very
for one
concerned about,
presentation.
I'm very concerned. Yeah, okay, no, Chief, no.
It's okay, you can proceed and ask your questions, but be mindful of the time.
Okay.
Honorable Paulson, please.
You know, we miss important targets or dates in terms, and there's poor performance and project failures regarding contractors and professional service providers. So what legal and administrative consequences are there for people who are just failing us? Service providers, here in Claremont, and you will think this is Cape Town, it will be top class. The guy comes and he does some work on the road. And 5 weeks later, he leaves the site and he leaves it in a mess, simply because funds have run out. Right? Now, such a person must never ever be employed for whatever reason again. And this is what happens in the state. So I want to know, are we blacklisting these people that fail us in terms of delivering services? You know, the other thing is we outsource almost everything. So we can't hold people accountable, because if they don't get work from the government, they can just go and get work from someone else. So this is where you should insource these important skills to deliver services to our people, to ensure that whoever doesn't deliver services effectively, we've got the power to remedy that. And then, this one, the National Anti-Corruption Advisory Council. It meets monthly, but it was not yet effective in preventing and combating corruption. That's very worrying. This is the single most biggest problem facing this government, the problem of corruption. When people speak, this GNU, it's synonymous to the word corruption. I mean, we're at the Concord today because MPs have voted to cover up corruption. So I want to know, what specific enforcement powers or resources are currently missing from this National Anti-Corruption Advisory Council's framework that would make it truly impactful? You know, that we can start seeing more people in handcuffs that stole our money. Money disappears, but we don't see much arrest.
Thank you, Honorable Paulson. Let's give other members
Well,
the
I'll have
chance,
another
the
round.
opportunity to ask questions. No, I'm not running away from
I'm
anything.
asking if we can have another round.
Yes,
Okay, great.
yeah. If
Thank you very much.
if other members who didn't have asked
Okay,
the questions you have. Honorable Trollip.
Thank you, Chair. First of all,
By Honorable SOR.
beg your pardon?
May proceed, Honorable Trollip.
Thank you very much. First of all, Chair, a number of us have got a lot of experience with regards to the Auditor-General, having served in SCOPA on various spheres of government. So you'll have to excuse a bit of my jaundice. I noticed quite a bit of immodesty in the presentation around performance of the AG. And that's fine, and being a good employer is great and commendable, but that's not your reason to exist. Your reason to exist is to improve service delivery and make sure that service delivery departments do what they're supposed to do. And it's not going well. So I think a little bit less immodesty and more focus on what the actual outcomes are expected from the Auditor-General. Having said that, I'm pleased you said that the clean audit is not a measure of success. It is the required standard. But I'm afraid to say that it has become the exception rather than the rule. So our departments are not performing according to standard. And you went further to say that it doesn't automatically translate into good service delivery, which I agree. And I think it's a good point you make. But you then said that disclaimers and material irregularities do, however, directly indicate poor financial management and poor service delivery. And that is where the rump of our performance in government is, in that area. And I'm going to give you some illustrations. What are the actual consequences to departments and municipalities, provincial and national departments and municipalities who remain in that yellow zone? And I want to say that the consequences are not clear for us to see. I'll give you an example. This week, on Monday, the President was in Nelson Mandela Bay and praised the Mayor of Nelson Mandela Bay. Today, she and the Mayor of Johannesburg gave themselves 80% score for performance. The CEO of the Johannesburg Property Company, which is one of the worst performing entities, is going to get a salary increase from 3.3 million to 5.5 million rand. Top officials in the city of Joburg have had an increase in salaries of 26% since 2022. Now, if the president of this country goes to a place like Nelson Mandela Bay, whose mayor has been castigated in this parliament over the last few months for woeful performance, and the mayor of Johannesburg, who's received a really frosty letter from the Minister of Treasury around their performance there, score themselves 80%, then I fear that the AG is not doing what it should be doing. I agree entirely, and thank you for making the observations about late submissions, because they deny and delay accountability and remedial actions. But my question that follows my commentary is around annual performance plans. I was surprised when you said that you've been proactive and that you review these plans, because my observation is they often appear to be generic across all departments. Many of them are so flimsy that it's almost like there's malicious compliance, that a department will draw up an APP that they know they will meet, not with the objective of improving lives and improving service delivery, but setting targets that they know that they will meet. And that is where PATI comes in: performance, accountability, transparency, and institutional integrity. What is the consequence for departments that present perennial APPs that are maliciously compliant, that don't change the outcomes of a department? What does PATI do about that? We have some of the best and most comprehensive public finance management legislation, and it's globally accepted. PFMA, MFMA, really top-class pieces of legislation. Yet, We are also globally recognized for being one of the most corrupt, inept, and poorly delivering governments in the world. How do you marry those two things? How do you marry them? And maybe that's directed at the minister in the presidency. Why is there such a disconnect from brilliant legislation and appalling government and outcomes? Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Trollip. Honorable Mauma Pelu.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. Chairperson, we're on a wrong path and we're wasting time. The matters that honorable members are raising are important, they are critical, but they are irrelevant to the Auditor-General. The Auditor-General's report is a tool that we as members of Parliament, empowered by the rules and the Constitution, our responsibility is to do oversight using that tool from the Auditor-General. We can't be asking the Auditor-General questions about we are the most corrupt government in the world. What are they doing about it?
Sorry, on a point of order, I didn't ask that to the Auditor-General. I asked it to the Minister and the President.
I'm making my point, Chair.
I'm making a point of order.
The subject under discussion is Auditor-General. The Minister has not reported anything. What's the ruling on the point of order?
Chairperson, this is unacceptable. We can't allow this house to degenerate into the state it is. If you're not recognized, then I don't see why you must switch your mic on, even if you're on a point of order. I think you must be respected in this house, Chairperson.
Point taken, honorable members. I think we should allow members to air their views and also not to respond to other members. I'll make that ruling myself. Thank you very much.
My understanding, Chair, is that the Auditor-General entrusted by the Constitution as a Chapter 9 institution is to make a report for Parliament. We can only cross-question the Auditor-General if we think the Office of the Auditor-General itself, in executing its mandate, is not doing that in full compliance with the legal and policy prescripts. So what I'm requesting, honorable members, is that the tool that we have as a report from the Auditor-General is to hold the presidency accountable and not pose questions to the Auditor-General. So I'm just requesting that we save time. And if there are things we don't understand, maybe terminology, process, and so on, and how they go about collating information and so on, that we can ask them. But I don't think we should be asking them about all these things that so I'm saying let's save time and rather have the minister presenting on behalf of the presidency, then we can engage with the plans from the presidency and save the Auditor-General time, because this is part of workshop in the new committee. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you very much, Honorable Mahlatse.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. Chairperson, I think the independency of this tool that the honorable member is talking about must also be correctly monitored. So I don't see anything wrong with what other honorable members have said. We have our own mandate here. We're not here just to sit around. I'll focus on the issue of infrastructure. I'll speak directly to the presentation. I won't deviate. I'll speak directly to, I'll focus on the infrastructure failures. Now, 72% of project delayed with an average of 41 months. 47% cost on overruns and losses. 10% that is underspent. Now, there the root cause, in my opinion, it's on contract monitoring failures. weak project management, and lack of consequences. And like Honorable Adams, I'll move to the ICT. Now, 64% exposed to cybercrime. 57% of ICT project failed, which is 5.48 billion spent, but we have an aging infrastructure. Because the ICT is treated as a supporting function, they don't see it as a backbone or the strategic department of government in the age of globalization and information security. That is poor. Now, material irregularities, the MI, shows the AGSA impact, but late in the chain. The MI process recover billions and identify officials, but only after the harm. Now, preventative government is very weak in that regard, and that is my opinion. Now, here are my questions, colleagues. Please accept my apology. I wanted to start by actually congratulating you for a very good presentation, but other things happen. You know, had to respond. Now, I'll start on the credibility of information given to Parliament. When 88% of financial statement and 72% of performance report contain immaterial misstatements, should Parliament regard department reports as prima facie unreliable until it's audited? That is my first question. The second question, does the AGSA believe there is a systematic culture misreporting rather than the technical error across government? And we'll focus in all the spheres. And on repeat findings and consequences management, my first question is, what explain audit findings that persist for 5 to 10 years without correction? The second question, is the AG's assessment, is the primary failure, I mean, in the AG's assessment, is the primary failure the accounting officers, executive authorities, or the oversight structures? The third one, on findings, how many audit findings have direct results on dismissals, recoveries, or criminal prosecution? And the last heading I have here is focusing on procurement as a source of irregular expenditure. Now, given 95% of irregular expenditure is procurement related, does the AG regard South African procurement system as structurally vulnerable to capture? It's very important because the issue of supply chain and others and the procurement, it has been discussed from previous administration, where it was even a priority that everyone who's employed within that section must be vetted. The last question, are deviation and emergency procurement being used as a government loophole? Chairperson, I submit.
Thank you very much, Honorable Mahlatsi. Honorable Laboskachne.
Thank you very much, Chair. Thank you very much for the presentation. I would like to know on the material misstatements, and all the departments that stays in the yellow zone for quite a number of years. Will the AGB at one stage, or I'm sure at most probably now, be able to say which departments or which entities, because it can vary, but it's become more worrisome if, it's the same departments and it grows over years and becoming bigger and bigger. Now, based on that, I would like to know the way I understand it, if it's correctly, it's a lot of these things are based on financial statements and supply chain management and specifically contract management. Now, I would like to, the way I see it is the AG is looking at trying to assist departments and state organs to, on the one side, prevent all these things. And then on the other side, there is within the organization that you cannot manage, but that you can do some recommendations on, is the consequence management. Now, from where I'm sitting, very little consequence management is being done in state organizations and institutions. And according to your report, what we've had here is that we are now at a point where it's starting being, the impact is affecting society. So from your side, to help organizations and institutions, in your supporting role of overseeing the annual reports, is it possible for the Auditor-General to try and help and focus these departments and institutions to incorporate these things that is a lack or a, whatever you call it, a risk, like if it's the professionalization or the qualifications or the skills of people or a system that is not in place or whatever it might be, so that those specific internal issues that's causing these problems and that's causing harm should rather become part of the annual performance targets instead of airy-fairy things like measuring 3 reports per year or something like that. So that there's a systemic sort of changing and correcting the systems within state organs, because I'm 20 years in politics now, over 3 or 4 different spheres of government. And the consequence management is just getting worse and worse. And the number of institutions, regressing is getting worse and worse. And the money in regression is getting more and more. And at this stage, there's no stop. Everybody is looking at the Auditor-General and or the Minister or the Director-General. But if we don't take hands at one or other stage and say, this is where we have to start fixing and do a specific recommendation as part of the Auditor-General's report for implementation by these departments, I don't think anything will be done. But I would appreciate if you can give us an idea if it will be in your role and your ability to make these kind of recommendations. Thank you.
Thank you very much. The last one will be Honorable Daniels.
Thank you, Honorable Chairperson. I think, Chairperson, let me first start by welcoming the presentation. And I'm going to say something probably very uncomfortable. Many presentations that we sit, it makes you want to fall asleep, and it upsets me because many presentations, we find that when it's up on the screen, the presenter reads word by word verbatim what's on the screen. And we receive those presentations beforehand, and we can read ourselves at least. So I have many times asked myself, why are we sitting and spending so much time having presentations when the presenter is just reading what's on the screen and we're also reading the same thing at home or in our offices? Whereas the presentation of today was very different, very refreshing, and it's therefore that I'm saying what I'm saying. Thank you very much. The only problem I have with the presentation, Chairperson, is that the questions that I write down has been covered by the presenter. And I'm also a firm believer that even if you sit in a meeting and you end up not saying anything, it's purely because you respect protocol of meetings. Your questions have been asked or answered, and therefore, I'm not going to say much. I've been covered as Chairperson. I just want to just touch on very briefly. I've really been covered, and I want to thank my colleagues also for the questions that they've posed, because even their questions covered me. And really, I believe that we've got the right to express ourselves. We've got our own mandates. And I just believe that we must respect the order of this House and the decorum thereof. So without any further ado, I'm just going to run through claims against departments. One of the biggest problems that I cite here is, an experience, is that we just don't care if there's claims against us, because we are going to use the taxpayers' money to defend us in court. And that is one of the biggest problems that I find, the disregard, because it's not your own money. I need to know if the officers of the Auditor-General zooms into those kind of expenditures and just pull them back a little bit and wrap them over the knuckles for doing that, because it's the most unfair expenditures, in my view, that I experience. And then what I found very worrisome was when mention was made in the presentation and an example was used using school nutrition programs, that there's a lot of irregularities. Citizens are suffering because money is being paid, and then you find that there's nothing produced for the funds spent. But then the most disturbing part of that submissions made was the rate of successes when those matters are reported to the law enforcement. Now we need to pause there for a moment, because what is the point if you've got recourse to report these matters to law enforcement, and we've got the Office of the Auditor-General saying they are disturbed by the success rate, and they are reaching out and saying, those with the oversight authority, please intervene. That is exceptionally worrisome. I would request that all those matters or cases, that you list them in a chronological order so that we can understand which ones are the most or longest outstanding ones. Because I don't know, I don't have the facts, but I can just imagine that we're probably going to talk about some matters that's older than 5 years, older than 6 years, 10 years, because that is something that we need the facts on, so that I cannot just move on a point of assuming that it's the time frames. But we cannot be here running a country, and when matters such as this is being reported, and then we find that these matters are being delayed, we need to speed up, because any delay in justice is justice denied. I want to touch on the material irregularities that are found mostly at local government. In my view, and in my experience, and in my opinion of why this happens, mostly so, and I don't have the stats to back it up yet, but we find it quite prevalent when a province is run by one political party, outright majority. And in that very same province, where there's a municipality managed, where there's no coalition, or even if there is a coalition, but managed by a party that is part of the majority provincial government, there too, I have the opinion, strongly so, that a lot of things a blind eye is turned to it and covered up. And then as much as you have the people on the ground, the electorate, complaining about those type of things, there's not much you can do because you are referred to the processes that you need to follow. Write to this particular institution, report it there, let us see what the MEC is going to do about it. Let's talk to the Premier. But in essence, who watches the watchman? I want to put on record, Chairperson, I've got full confidence in the GNU. I've got full confidence in this committee. We're in a different trajectory. We're in a different path. And the best thing that could have happened in South African politics was the GNU. Because we now hold each other accountable. Before, there was nobody to keep an eye over the checkbook. Today it's different. Lastly, Chairperson, I want to just concur with, and it's a very, some people may undervalue this statement that was made, the question that was posed when we were asked, where are the cranes? I can show you cranes here outside, here with the parliamentary building is burnt. But on a serious note, those are one of the things that you look at when you enter any city or any other country. Then you see cranes in abundance. You see them work 24/7. I was very impressed in other countries where I've seen cranes at night. They don't stop working because they want to get the job done, because there's much more to be done after that. It's a very important thing, and I would like to encourage us somehow within our powers or competencies as oversight committees to take some time out, maybe not today, but ensure that we bring that type of encouragement to South Africa so that people can see that those are the type of things that impact lives and contributes to economic developments. Thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you very much, honorable members, for your questions. Though some of the questions must be directed to the relevant institutions or departments or municipalities, so in our respective portfolio committees. So I would understand if the AG wouldn't have all the responses for the questions. Indeed, the report is very stressful, it's raising lots of things, and it's opening our eyes for us as lawmakers to make sure that we do our oversight on those departments we are overseeing in other committees. Over to you. After the responses, I would request that we break for 10 minutes for comfort break. Thank you very much. 10 minutes, then we will allow the presidency to present.
Thank you, Honorable Chairperson, and thank you, honorable members, for both the comments, the questions, and the inputs. It is truly appreciated, and we know it comes from a good place in terms of your oversight responsibilities. Honorable Chair, honorable members, let me also take the guidance of the Chairperson, because Chairperson, rightfully so, Some questions we'll be able to respond to. Some questions are better placed to be responded to by either the portfolio or the other respective responsible official. So from our point of view, Honorable Chair, we've tried to note down a couple of the questions. We will then try and respond to them. Some of them, Honorable Chair, Honorable Members, are theme-based. So what we do, how we do, we may respond to them from that point of view. So if there remains a question maybe that's really burning that remains unanswered, we are more than welcome to take follow-ups on it. But I'll kick off and we'll also share the responsibility of responding to the questions. Honorable Chair, Honorable Members, maybe let's start off with the conversation on some of the things that we do around the proactive conversation and how we can assist some of our institutions in government as they execute their day-to-day activities, Honorable Chair. Honorable Chair, the Honorable Members are quite right. So as the Office of the AG, what we also do, Honorable Chair, is we engage our respective auditees at the end of each audit cycle. We sit with them, we help them as they craft their post-audit action plans. We provide inputs to ensure that they focus on those right areas with the intention that if they focus on the right areas during the preparation and the implementation of the post-audit action plans, and they implement them timeously enough, they give it the necessary attention, and they elevate it to the right levels, that they ought to then address the problems. The challenges, Honorable Chair, Honorable Members, often lie in the implementation of those post-audit action plans. You would appreciate that as the National Audit Office, we do have our responsibilities and our mandate, so we can't sit there all the time with the institutions. We have to give them the space and the latitude and the opportunity for them to go and implement and also deliver as they have the responsibility in law and the delegations of authority. But Honorable Chair, we also do share preventative guides. We can also share, I know members of this committee are all experienced members, but we actually have preventative guides that we also developed and we share with our respective institutions as reminders of some of the things they ought to be mindful of as they are in their respective roles and responsibilities of execution, so that they know what to pay attention to and how to go about it. It's not exhaustive, but it gives you the direction, or it drives you in the right direction where those pressure points are, the significant pressure points are. And Chair, as controversial as it may have sounded, but we do find value in the proactive reviews of the APPs as well. Those annual performance plans, we look at them because you would recall, if you go back to the history, government used to report quite a significant number of findings on the usefulness of the plans. So by this intervention, we've been able to also reduce the number of material findings in that particular space. The devil lies now in the detail of how well the institutions are able to implement against those plans, but also at the end of the period, what level of credibility we are able to assign to those plans by ticking off against the portfolio of evidence, so the reliability of those plans throughout the period. That deals with one of the questions that was also raised by the member insofar as it relates to the credibility of information throughout in-year reporting. Honorable Chair, Honorable Members, that is exactly why we raised the finding in the manner in which we raise it, to make oversight structures in the accountability ecosystem, such as yourselves, aware of the responsibilities, because the PFMA and the MFMA places the responsibility to produce credible financial and performance reports on the accounting officer and the officials in the system. So, Honorable Chair, you are quite right, the member pointing out the fact that there therefore is a risk in terms of the oversight committees, the information that would have been submitted to them on a quarterly basis, and you are engaging on the performance of those institutions throughout the year, only to come at the end of the year and there are question marks around the credibility of the information that you would have been engaging on. So, Honorable Chair, by asking that question, the committee is definitely on the right road to engage. So it would be important to engage those committees and understand exactly what are the drivers for the challenges that they encounter, and also engage them meaningfully in terms of whether they are able to do proper determination processes of those root causes so that we know what corrective action to take. Also, Honorable Chair, on the issue of the variances in the performance information insofar as it relates to the targets, Honorable Chair, you would recall that the framework that the institutions ought to comply with, as set out, I think it's by the DPME, my colleagues will keep me honest, It does require the APPs to conform to the principles, the SMART principles. I think it's been a while since we've all used the SMART principles, being specific, measurable, attainable, realistic, and time-bound. So in the assessment and the evaluation of what is achievable within the confines of the legislated mandate, as well as the objectives and the set targets that are supposed to be achieved by the portfolio, they have that responsibility based on management decisions and information to determine what is realistic. It would also not be useful if portfolios include targets that would not be realistic, because then they would not be complying with the principles of the SMART criteria in setting up the APPs. So it's a bigger conversation. And then, Honorable Chair, when those institutions are not able to achieve their targets, Honorable Chair, I did mention earlier on that when we report, it is then very important for those respective oversight committees to then engage meaningfully on those submissions to say, when you came here and we approved your APP had set forth certain commitments being the targets and indicators, and we gave you and allocated you budget, and we approved the budget that was meant to achieve these targets and indicators. So if there are variances, the respective portfolios explain those variances in the annual report. It becomes important for oversight to then engage on what the substance of those variance explanations are. Does it make sense based on what you know as oversight? Does it make sense based on what you know in terms of the evidence, so that you're able to then better question whether the targets were indeed either realistic or achievable, and how do we then course correct and implement and help each other in terms of the bigger accountability ecosystem, Honorable Chair. Then, Honorable Chair, there was also a question raised insofar as it relates to the supply chain management processes. And the honorable member is quite right in the sense that we continue to enforce and reinforce that the issue of procurement is not just a process or a procedural one. We have seen the outcome and the output of where processes are not adhered to, the delayed projects, money being lost to the system, and the irregularities we've reported in this particular space, Honorable Chair. Honorable Chair, I've tried to also cover some of the overarching themes, but there was also a question around the complacency of some of the institutions insofar as it relates to the yellow zone. Honorable Chair, dare I say that the output and the fact that this committee is asking that question is already good news, an indication of a win for us as the Office of the AG, because that is exactly why we're highlighting it. Otherwise, if we did not spend time and attention to highlight this complacency, we would not have received the questions. So it means that we've now alerted the committee to this cohort. It's now incumbent upon the accountability ecosystem to understand why they are continue to incur findings on supply chain management, and why they are unable, what is this inability to credibly report on their performance information. And like I mentioned, Honorable Chair, if you then go back to the root cause, that's why we continue to be concerned and remain to be concerned with the state of consequence management government-wide. You would have observed, Honorable Chair, honorable members, it is one of our top 3 root causes that we've identified in the office. So which means we are equally concerned with regard to it. But what are the drivers of some of these, let's call it the inaction, if I can use that for a lack of a better a phrase, Honorable Chair, honorable members. If one interrogates the respective portfolios, the oversight committees may have the opportunity to engage them meaningfully on their investigations, because in law, accounting officers are required to perform determination tests, whether that's the MFMA or the PFMA. If something has gone wrong, especially insofar as it relates to fruitless and wasteful and irregular expenditure, the law requires the accounting officer to perform a determination test to then determine, based on that, what has gone wrong, whether the determination test is an investigation conducted by an external party, internal audit, or by some other relevant skill set. We don't prescribe to say you must go outside. I also want to put that very clearly on the record. So nothing should prevent the determination test to be performed by the accounting officer. Only once that test is done are you able to then determine what course of action you must take. So our assessment, Honorable Chair, has been that either the investigations are not instituted, or they are not instituted timeously, or where they are instituted, they take long to be processed through the system, and you would have seen instances of suspensions or long outstanding suspensions, or people being placed on suspensions for a long period of time, or sometimes when we've engaged in the process. The outcome thereof is not addressing the real instance, so therefore you are not addressing consequences. And because you are not addressing consequences, Chair, you are not able to set the tone at the top that demands ethical leadership and operations in your relevant institution that would result and translate into the improvement of either the financial outcomes, your level of performance, and ultimately your value offering to the citizens. So we are happy. That's exactly why we are raising this. Consequence management for those ones in the over 10 years complacent, because in the past they would come to portfolio committees, chairperson, and when we hear they are unqualified, and I'm using my words, I've now seen I must be very careful and economical in the use of my words, then they would get applauded and lauded for having achieved an unqualified audit outcome, but there's still some problems. At least you're unqualified, you're not in the crosshairs of the AG. And I think if that tone is also changed by the accountability ecosystem, which includes oversight, you would also then set the clear marker that this is not acceptable. We demand more of you because you are capable of more. You've made the commitment to be able to deliver more. And that's why I leave that one in terms of the conversation, Honorable Chair. Then, Honorable Chair, there was also one on the future, or who is actually not doing their job. I think it's important that I reflect on that one as well, Honorable Chairperson. And the reason being, Honorable Chair, if you would recall, right in the beginning of our presentation, we presented the accountability ecosystem. So we are very clear, Honorable Chair, that if one party in that accountability ecosystem does not play their role, it could result in a failure throughout. If a senior official signs off a progress certificate that says there's development on the ground, but there's nothing, and they sign off, the value chain will continue to rely on that information. So the person who's processing the financial payment, who must release the payment on the system, will think this control is working, will rely on it. It will go to the accounting officer. They will get a progress report that says, this is how much we've spent. The progress is on the ground. They will come to Parliament. They will present to Parliament that progress, and it will be accepted throughout the entire value chain. But the break happened right here at the bottom by somebody signing a progress certificate that was not commensurate to work delivered on the ground. So the whole system remains exposed, and that's why the determination processes are quite important, where things have not gone according to plan, for us to be able to then determine where exactly we must fix. So our response to that, Honorable Chair, honorable members, is that the accountability ecosystem and all the role players must and ought to play their part. And even yourselves, Honorable Chair, when you then get those reports, is to then interrogate and say, what was the level of assurance that these reports that are being submitted to us were subjected to? Did they go through the test of internal audit? Did the audit committees, as those who must also support combined assurance, give a view on these submissions? And you, as senior management accounting officer who's doing the submission to Parliament, what level of assurance are you giving us in terms of the controls, and how you've looked at your status of internal controls that is able to produce credible and reliable information, whether financial or performance, so that we can engage meaningfully and make meaningful conclusions as oversight in line with our oversight responsibility. Honorable Chair, then there was also, maybe if I can circumnavigate back to one of the other questions around how we also support the system. We also conduct proactive reviews where some of our executives are proactive. Honorable Chair, may I add that we've had portfolio committees oversight or executive authorities engage us on a pressure point within the system. So they will say, yes, I know you are going to do the audit of Department X, but I'm particularly worried about this transaction because of the following risk factors. We do a determination to determine how best we support, but we've been able to do proactive reviews on significant procurement transactions as and when they were completed by management. But based on the work we were able to perform, it then resulted in some of those contracts actually being set aside or stopped because of the irregularities identified, and then it saved the fiscus from exposure to either irregular expenditure, fraud, or corruption, as was mentioned in that regard, or the opportunity to suffer financial losses in the future. So there are certain initiatives which we also try to really make sure that we support proactively the system. But at the core of it, Honorable Chair, the fact remains that if the entire accountability ecosystem, the legislation is clear, if everybody does what they're required to do, the possibility and the risk of things going wrong is diminished or reduced. Then, Chair, we will also ask, while I'm talking about the legislation, on the principle of whether our supply chain management, and I'm paraphrasing here, is onerous or it is enabling some of the gaps that we continue to observe in government. And Honorable Chair, you would have heard our leader, the Auditor General Tsakani, reflect on this, that in our view, to a large extent, the legislation is sufficient. And we also support the objective and the intention of the legislation. Like we said, when I was presenting, Honorable Chair, the legislation was meant to safeguard and protect resources. So therefore, the devil lies in the application and the implementation of the legislation. And it becomes important, like I mentioned, that we elevate the conversation beyond one that says it's just a process or procedural issue. We then say, but why? If you spec something the following way, when you evaluate, why are you evaluating contrary? And if you need to go back and spec it differently and learn from this instance, then rather do that than want to continue and then evaluate something different to how you've spec'd it. And that is just a practical example of some of the challenges we continue to observe on the ground insofar as it relates to supply chain management. And some of the changes to legislation, Honorable Chair, are they really going to address the root cause and the problems at the core of it? Do we have the institutional capability and skills in terms of those people who must do the evaluations, who must assess, and then who must make sure that when they take decisions on behalf of government, they are doing so with the right set of mind, with the right intention, so that they know that these funds, as committed, will deliver the services on the ground. So we ought to grapple rather with the root cause of why we see some of the behaviors we see on the ground in terms of consequence management, lack of consequences, and then also addressing some of the gaps in terms of implementation of preventative controls. Honorable Chair, I think I've dealt with a substantial portion of, there was one around the ICT being a strategic enabler, and I want to reinforce and reiterate that that's why, as the Office of the AG, we also thought it best to empower oversight by giving that holistic government-wide view insofar as it relates to that. So we also feel that the fact that you're engaging on it meaningfully is already a step in the right direction to be able to ask those portfolios what they are doing, what is happening in this space. And that's why we gave you the theme and the consolidated view as a tool and an implementer to then assist you in your oversight responsibilities. But we do agree that given where we are and the age where we are, ICT in government could be a significant game changer and a strategic enabler. Honorable Chair, if you can and allow, I will then ask my colleagues if I've missed any fundamental question that was directed at us for them to also assist in the responses with your permission and indulgence, Chair.
In 3 minutes.
Yes.
Indeed, thank you very much, Honorable Chair. Honorable Chair, I'll just address the question pertaining to SONA and the achievement in 23-24. Honorable Chair, since the conclusion of the 23-24 audit, management came up with an action plan to address some of the gaps that we had highlighted pertaining to coordination and reporting on SONA. And in the 24-25 audit, we then observed some improvements in terms of the coordination with the presidency coordinating with other departments to have SONA champions who would represent those departments in coordinating structures and discussions on the progress for SONA, and also coming up with a framework that will guide the consolidation of progress reports pertaining to SONA and how they go about reporting on SONA so that the reporting on SONA commitments is credible. Thank you very much, Honorable Chair.
Thank you, Spec.
Thank you.
And then, Chair, as we step off, Chair, the last two ones maybe that we'll also maybe just high level reflect on was the one that was asked on the MI and the timelines. I think that's quite critical because it does speak directly to our extended powers. We've issued the first certificate of that. There are a number of them in the pipeline. But I think the committee would also appreciate that it is a legal process. It is a process that's rooted in law, right of reply, assessing the information. So you have to make sure, because you are holding somebody personally liable, but it is starting to bear fruits in terms of the outcomes and the processes we've outlined. Meaningful gains are being made. We are just saying that given the rate of the leakages and the gaps we're observing, it would really take a supported mechanism or system that would prevent or assist us in the recovery processes. Then there was one specific around the NICAC one. We'd also like to maintain that what we've reported is there are actions being taken. We don't have a problem with the actions that are being taken. We have moved to from just rewarding a tick and saying, yes, you've complied against your action. we want to drive the environment to also focus on impact. That's why we phrase it the way in which we phrase it. So in short, they should just continue doing well in terms of what they are doing and implementing those actions and staying true to the program so that eventually we will see the effectiveness. So it's upping the conversation, Honorable Chair, from one that says, no, it's input driven, it's action driven, to say, well, we agree with your actions now, but let's now start focusing on the impact and the output of those actions. I submit. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you very much, Office of the AG. You could see yourselves that members are really interested in your reports. We will find a day where we will invite you to come back and workshop us so that we can have a better understanding of your audit outcomes. So thank you very much. You are excused. Honorable members and the team, the officials and the presidency, let's break for, okay, let's come back at 12 o'clock so that we can receive the presentation by the presidency. Thank you. Honorable Paulson.
Thank you, Chair. Just before we go, Chair, so we're coming back at 12 o'clock, and then that presentation is up until 1 o'clock. So we're going to break at 1 and come back at 2?
Yeah.
Okay, thank you very much.
Sure. Nna ke a trenda. Thank you very much, honorable members. Honorable Minister in the Presidency, Honorable DG and the team. The floor is yours, Honorable Minister. Thank you.
Thank you, Chairperson, and greetings to yourself and to members of the committee. And thank you for the opportunity to do two things, to have a workshop so that we can align in terms of the work that we do in the presidency, and so that you are able to then determine how best to do the oversight function on us, but also to present our own APP in terms of the work of the presidency for this period that will need your committee to deliberate on and then to make a recommendation on in Parliament. The Constitution of the Republic vests the authority of the state president in the state, the authority of the state in the state president, and he is assisted by the deputy president and commands the implementation of the lawful program for the elected administration. We are in the 7th administration, and the 7th administration is constituted through a government of national unity after the outcome of the May 2024 general elections. At the apex of the GNU's priorities, there are three, and those priorities are inclusive economic growth that creates jobs, dealing with building a capable state. And I'm not following the sequencing in the presentation just so that members can understand. I'm trying to summarize what's in our presentation and to reduce poverty and tackle the high cost of living. That's at the apex of ours at the 7th administration. And the presidency is at the center of government coordination. We coordinate by providing strategic leadership, planning, monitoring, and evaluation, and making sure that we align government to deliver on the Vision 2030, which is articulated in the NDP. Section 197(1) of the Constitution underscores the importance of the public service, that we must loyally execute lawful policies of government. And it states as follows, and I'm going to read this one. Within public administration, there's a public service for the Republic, which must function and be structured in terms of national legislation, and which must loyally execute the lawful policies of government of the day. The terms and conditions of employment in the public service must be regulated by national legislation. Therefore, employees are entitled to a fair pension as regulated in the national legislation. No employee of the public service may be favored or prejudiced only because that person supports a particular political party or cause, and provincial governments are responsible for the recruitment, appointment, promotion, transfer, and dismissal of members of the public service in the administrations within a framework of uniform norms and standards applying to the public service. You know, now we have moved further to unify the public service into a single public service, including the current arrangement that separates municipal employees from provincial and national government employees, so that we can have a single public service. And the powers of the president are articulated in section 84. And these powers, there are two powers that are assigned to the president. They are the powers that he executes as the president himself, doing it, what we call them, discretionary powers of the president. And these are articulated in section 4 of the Constitution, just so that we are on the same wavelength, because it's part of what the work of this committee may want to look at. It's assenting and signing bills, referring a bill back to the National Assembly for reconsideration of the bill's constitutionality, referring a bill to the Constitutional Court for a decision on the bill's constitutionality, summoning the National Assembly, the National Council of Provinces, or Parliament to an extraordinary sitting to conduct special business, making any appointments that the Constitution or legislation requires the President to make other than as head of the National Executive, appointing commissions of inquiry, calling a national referendum in terms of the Act of Parliament, receiving and reconsidering foreign diplomatic and consular representatives, appointing ambassadors, plenipotentiaries, and diplomatic and consular representatives, pardoning or reprieving offenders and remitting any fines, penalties, or forfeitures, and conferring honors. Then there are other powers also assigned to the President that he is as the executive authority as of the country in Section 85, subsection 2, and this he exercises collectively with members of cabinet. And this is important that we emphasize this because how he exercises these powers is in two ways. He assigns powers to ministers in a presidential act, and whilst those powers are assigned to ministers, those ministers are responsible for executing those powers. And then at the other route that's done is through a cabinet decisions that we go and discuss matters in cabinet and we take a cabinet decision. And I'm emphasizing that issue because even when the AG were presenting, they were talking about responsibilities, for instance, financial management responsibilities. In terms of that law, that responsibility has been assigned to National Treasury. And National Treasury has developed laws, PFMA, MFMA, and other laws that make sure that they execute those functions, including making sure the issues that were raised earlier with the AG. How do we improve the audit performance? How do we hold people accountable when they are not, when there was a question around service providers who do not do their part? Because those are financial responsibilities. They are then assigned there and they are executed in that instance. And then there was an issue that an example given on school nutrition, that responsibility is assigned to the Department of Basic Education, and the Department of Basic Education then executes that function. Those departments, once in a while, they'll bring the matters to cabinet that will need a collective decision of cabinet. I'm taking the time to explain that because when the president takes a podium and addresses the nation and speaks across and make commitments across departments, there's a view that the presidency must then do that work. It's not the presidency that must do that work. The presidency must make sure the responsible department are doing that work. And that's why we then have the tracker that we then implement. So in terms of Section 85(2), presidents exercise the executive authority by implementing national legislation, except where the Constitution and Act of Parliament provides otherwise, developing and implementing national policy, and we'll talk to national policy soon, coordinating the functions of state departments and administrations, and preparing and initiating legislation, and performing any other executive function provided for in the Constitution and national executive. At the core of the functioning of the president is supporting the president of the presidency. We support the president, the deputy president, and the minister, and to make good decisions, ensuring they receive evidence-informed, coordinated, and coherent advice. We've got the Director-General, who is not only the Secretary of Cabinet, but she's also the head of public administration due to the latest law that has been passed, the Public Administration Act. And this role will be dealt with. We also have the COO who's going to present the strategic plan of the president, and the COO is the accounting officer of the presidency. And the DG is the executive authority of the presidency. There are other roles that are assigned to the minister in the presidency. And I want that those distinctions must be made, and we are very clear on the roles that are done. I do not know whether I should then explain how the departments work. I'm assuming that the members know how the departments work in terms of Section 7 of subsection 3 of the Public Service Amendment Act. So I'm going to skip it because members are not new in this parliament. And then what guides our work? 30 years ago, we came together as a country and adopted the National Development Plan as an action plan for securing a future of South Africa as envisaged in our constitution. In that National Development Plan, we gave ourselves, we call it Vision 2030. We are left today with 4 years to the target year goal period of Vision 2030. And we have been assessing how far have we gone to meet the objectives of Vision 2030. But in those, and I want to recap that because that's what informs the work that we do as the presidency. Uniting South Africans of all races and classes around a common program to eliminate poverty and reduce inequality. That program is done every 5 years. When a new administration comes, we adopt a program of action. This term, we're calling it the medium-term development plan. Before the 7th administration, we're successively calling them the medium-term strategic framework, MTSF. And that's what we mobilize and make sure that all departments have the same targets. They have the targets to achieve or contribute to achieving the objectives of the NDP. And that's what the AG have said. They also assist departments who so wish or who request to assess whether their APPs and their strategic plans are meeting the objectives of attaining the goals of Vision 2030. And in terms of the Vision 2030, we encourage citizens to be active in their own development, in strengthening democracy, and in holding their government accountable. We have done this also through compacting arrangements. We partner with civil society, we compact with labor, we compact with business, and we run a number of initiatives as part of encouraging civil society participation or active citizenry. And through that, we've put a requirement that the IDPs of municipalities are public participated so that the local government does not determine their own plans without the citizens. So there's a public participation process to formulate the IDPs of municipalities. And even in the legislations and policies that we formulate as cabinet, through various departments, then there is a requirement to public participate those documents to make sure we've got an active citizenry that contributes to strengthening democracy. And the other objective is raising economic growth, promoting exports, and making the economy more labor absorbing. And this is also encapsulated in the 2 priorities, apex priorities of the 7th administration. We've carried it through during the period, and just to show that there is progress even in the economic growth and labor absorbing, but the challenges remain very high. For instance, in 1994, there were only 8.9 million people in employment. To date is 17.1 million people in employment. And there was a time our economy was growing properly, but it was not creating jobs. And there was a time our economy was in the sluggish growth rate, wherein the highest would have grown would have been 1%. But you had seen from last year, there have been now revision of economic growth upwards, not only by our national treasury, but by the IMF and the World Bank and other international institutions, wherein the revision went to 1.2, 1.3, and 1.4. The challenge that we have now with the geopolitics and the economic resurgence is going to impact our ability for the economy to grow, and that's not going to be limited to South Africa. It's going to be a global challenge. And also another objective is focusing on key capabilities of people, of both people and the country, and capabilities including skills, infrastructure, social security, strong institutions, and partnerships, both within the country and key international partners. I've spoken about that, building a capable and developmental state. We also have the priority in terms of the MTP that is directly focused on that, and strong leadership throughout society that work together to solve our problems. I've already articulated in terms of our presentation, the priorities of the 7th administration, which are 3, and I've articulated them earlier. The presidency, in terms of its strategic focus, as I indicated, is to support the president and deputy president so that they can fulfill their constitutional obligations. And you'll say the constitution refers to the deputy president as deputizing the president and acting on behalf of the president in the absence of the president. But the president has delegated particular functions and responsibilities to the deputy president that the deputy president must then execute and corral the country towards their execution, including leading particular focus areas like land, water, and so forth. And that's why he needs to be supported to execute on those mandates. And we serve as the strategic center for coordination across government in pursuit of the NDP, as I already articulated, and we identify policy and institutional failures and orchestrate corrective measures. When there are policy and institutional failures, in particular, the Operation Voluntary Intervention, which is now in phase 2, is a result of realizing that in cases of institutional failures, how do you prepare or how do you organize the presidency in order to intervene? That's why Operation Voluntary, because we know in the majority of cases, the interventions also include financial interventions and including control and so forth. And that's why Operation Voluntary is constituted by both the presidency and National Treasury. It's at a political level, it's coordinated by myself as Minister in the Presidency and the Minister of Finance, with the ministers dedicated on Operation Voluntary, and the Director General leads the work on OV, supported by the OV team, that the OV team is constituted by the teams of both Treasury and Presidency. Time and again, depending on the focus area, we then rope in the technical team, the work, or how do you call it? The experts and officials from the departments that are involved, because there have been notions that members would have heard that OV takes over. It's not true. We always work with the technical teams from the departments that are involved, and also on our level as ministers, we also get to work with the responsible ministers so that because even if it's an intervention, if you intervene and there's nobody who takes it forward, the intervention will be reversed without the implementation. And I thought I should just elaborate on that part. And we also oversee and manage the political and executive interface, and that is led in particular by the Director General to assist the President on the matters of there was an issue that was raised in the questions by members when dealing with the AG matters of the how do you hold the Director Generals and ministers to account, and the performance agreements, related matters. So we ensure that even before we go to the President for as a performance assessment and signing performance agreements, the Director General work closely with the director, with the DGs of other departments to make sure that that work is sorted out. And in terms of how we are constituted then, and you've got what, you got, how do we call it? We've got two areas of describing the presidency. There's the presidency family. I think that's what we have put there. There's the presidency family. The presidency family includes all departments that are in the presidency. And we start with state security. It's under vote 8 of the National Treasury. It's overseen by the Joint Standing Committee of Intelligence. And Statistics SA is in vote 14. It's overseen by the Department Planning, by the Portfolio Committee on Planning, Monitoring, and Evaluation. And we've got Women, Youth, and People with Disability, vote 20, which is overseen by the Portfolio Committee of Women, Youth, and People with Disability. We've got Planning, Monitoring, and Evaluation, which is vote 9, overseen by the Portfolio Committee of Planning, Monitoring, and Evaluation. We've got Government Communication and Information System, which is under vote 4, which is currently overseen by the Communications and Digital Technologies Portfolio Committee. And there are 3 ministers. There's a minister for Women, Youth, and People with Disability, and there's a minister for Planning, Monitoring, and Evaluation, and there's a minister for the presidency. The minister for the presidency is responsible for vote 4, vote 14, and vote 8, and then now for vote 1, as assigned by the president. And this portfolio committee is then responsible for what we call, what we do as vote 1. I've explained how we've got two deputy ministers in the Minister of the Presidency. There's Deputy Minister Mrolong and Deputy Minister Mklauli. In terms of the delegations, so that members are clear, Deputy Minister Mklauli is delegated vote 14 of States SA. She's responsible for that. Deputy Minister Mrolong is delegated vote 4 of Government Communication and Information System. I'm responsible for vote 1 and vote 8 in terms of what the president has then assigned us. And then the other ministries, which are ministries of planning, monitoring, and evaluation under Minister Ramkhupa M. She's got Deputy Minister Mugai, and she's responsible for the Department Planning, Monitoring, and Evaluation. In that department, the work she does is being responsible for the strategic planning cycle, the APP, but and therefore she's responsible for making sure government performance aligns to the National Development Plan, and she is supported in that work by the National Planning Commission. And the Minister for Women, Youth, and People with Disability, Minister Cindy Chikunga, has Deputy Minister Letsike, and she's responsible for women, youth, and people with disability in the NYTA, which is the youth agencies. I've already indicated the portfolio committees that oversee the work, our work in the various categories. I'll now hand over, with your permission, Chair, to the Director General to take us through to the next phase of our presentation. Thank you.
Thank you, Chairperson. Good day again to yourself and members of the committee. Thank you, Minister, for the strong basis and introduction and foundation for the presentation that we're making. I will just speak essentially to the strategic thrust of the approach of the Presidency as a center of government, and the accounting officer and chief operations officer will then deal with the specifics of the annual performance plan in the context of the strat plan. Chairperson, with your permission, the Minister has indicated what the NDP provides, and I'm going to kindly request to skip that. And the next slide, which talks to the 5-year plan of the 30-year plan that the NDP is, the MTDP, and what the priorities of the MTDP are. The Minister has articulated that. Just to say that to position the Presidency as the center of government, a body or group of bodies that provide direct support and advice to heads of government and councils of ministers or cabinets. It is a formal concept, and there is a network in the OECD of centers of government, and the practice has been sufficiently theorized. Just the last thing I'd like to emphasize on this slide relating to the nature of the center of government is the fact that being in the center of government requires a high level of expertise in facilitation, networking, and influence across government. As previously indicated, there are laws in this country, and those laws have been assigned by the president to various ministers. Therefore, the presidency just coordinates and assures delivery. Minister also referenced matters pertaining to the Public Service Act provisions, which describe the head of the presidency at an administrative level as the Secretary of Cabinet, the chairperson of FOSAD, and indicates the sorts of areas that could be delegated to the Director General and head of department of the presidency. In terms of the Public Service Act, it is quite possible for the HOD and the accounting officer to be separated, and the presidency is the only department that has done that. So the head of department is the Director General, and the accounting officer is the Chief Operations Officer. In terms of the Public Finance Management Act, in the presidency, the Chief Operations Officer is the accounting officer of the presidency. And this is really to enable the office to function and function optimally, because there's government-wide work that needs to be done, and there's internal looking work of the department that must be sorted out. And based on the legislative mandate, as well as policy mandate of the department, that approach was adopted. So at a high level, to indicate the role of the Secretary of Cabinet on slide 21, which essentially ensures that the presidency provides a disciplined coordination, credible oversight, and structured support to the president, the deputy president, and the cabinet in advancing its priorities. So the presidency is not responsible for implementing sector programs directly. Its mandate is just to ensure coherence across government programs and the system of government. In order to ensure this coherence, the presidency adopted a system of clusters, clustering various departments together, and they've been clustered into 5 clusters. And the cluster system was meant to provide the spine that would ensure alignment, institutional coherence, and integrated systems and mechanisms of governance. So the next slide on 23, we indicate in specific terms how the system of clusters works and what it's meant to do: coordinate government programs, align priorities, monitor and facilitate, provide a consultative forum, combat the silo approach, build collegiality, as members of cabinet are both individually and collectively responsible for the decisions of cabinet, and then to ensure alignment. On the next slide, we just highlight the cluster system and how it works. Builds from the bottom with the FOSAD cluster, meaning the directors general meet and discuss matters. Then they proceed to the ministerial clusters, come to cabinet committee, and finally to cabinet. And the cabinet committees are the deliberative structure, and cabinet takes the decisions. The clusters are 5. I think Parliament is quite familiar with those, but just to underscore, we've got the economic sectors cluster, governance and state capacity cluster, social protection cluster, justice crime prevention cluster, as well as the international cooperation and trade and security. On slide 25, we outline who FOSAD is made up of. The essential point we would like to make there is that FOSAD is made up of national directors general, provincial directors general, SALGA, as well as other entities, not just those 2 that are listed, the members. There are more than those 2, but so it is both vertical as well as horizontal coordination. A model of government that we show on slide 26, where we show that the cluster system is meant to ensure integration at a horizontal as well as a vertical level. The presidency as a center of government is also responsible for policy development as well as coordination. And we do that to ensure policy coordination and coherence, formulate policy accordingly, quality assurance of policy advice, as well as monitoring and performance in some of the areas, particularly around implementation of policy. One of the nascent areas that we've developed as the presidency is one of assuring delivery, because it's good enough, it might well be good enough to have policy, but if it is not implemented and implemented fully, then there's still a big challenge there. So the approach of ensuring that we assure delivery is one of the newly developing areas that we are focusing on, looking at government operations as well as the delivery assurance. How do we do this? Firstly, we looked at we established Operation Vulindlela, an entity that's a collaboration between Treasury and the Presidency. It's a clear reform program that we adopted there in order to ensure that, to facilitate that the economy of the country grows and performs at the requisite levels. The first phase of OV focused on the areas on the left-hand side on the slides there. So we looked at network industries in the main to unlock the potential of the economy of the country. We focused on electricity, logistics, water, visa system, as well as the spectrum. And all of that was done. The spectrum was in fact finalized. We are continuing with some of the work on phase 1, but we've also looked at phase 2. On phase 2, or in phase 2, we are focusing on ensuring that we create dynamic and integrated cities to enable economic activities. We are looking at harnessing digital public infrastructure as a driver of growth and inclusion, and to center matters ICT as critical, not as support services to the delivery of the services by government. And finally, to strengthen local government and improve delivery at that level. Chairperson, at this point, perhaps I should mention that the manner in which the slide deck that was circulated to the committee was structured. So we have the top 54 slides that just tell the story and the narrative, but at the back, we attached annexures that go into a little bit more detail on all the areas that we cover in the presentation. So, for instance, in relation to Operation Vulindlela, we have attached slides that go into a little bit of detail on the work that we have done so far that relates to electricity and the work that continues to be done in that space. So firstly, we had to stabilize the system, ensure performance and eliminate load shedding, which we've done. And now we're focusing on issues of restructuring the electricity sector in the country. In relation to logistics as well, we started out focusing on the performance of Transnet to ensure that we move the goods and get to the holy grail of the 250 million tons per annum, but also driving the programs of restructuring. The National Water Crisis Committee is one that's been recently formed. Through this as well, we're going to make sure that, having made sure that South Africans have got access to water, that water availability and good quality of water availability continues. And utilizing the National Action Water Plan, we will be making sure that we sort those things out, but also sorting out issues of structural reform in the water sector to optimize that service. The electronic travel authorization system has been fully implemented, and now it will be rolled out. And the rolling out of this system is also critical and central to the work we're doing under the digital transformation roadmap to improve the services that government provides, and create transparency, and reduce administrative burdens and cost both government and organizations. So we are driving quite seriously as one of the tactics of coordination, a strategy of digital transformation for the country. We've worked on the draft white paper on local government, a review that has been finalized. In fact, as we speak, it was approved by Cabinet and it is out now for public comment. And the Department of Public Works is going to conduct an audit of publicly owned land and buildings in order to identify properties that can be released to the market to sort out housing challenges, and also just to make sure that government manages its assets properly. The NDP in Chapter 13 focuses on building a capable and developmental state. So through a public sector reform program, we will be continuing the effort of improving the public service of the Republic, professionalizing, creating the head of public administration, and ensuring that we change the attitude of public servants, placing people first and making sure that we deliver services to South Africans with excellence. And of course, dealing with the ethical aspects of it, which I'll get to later. In the slides, we do show the theory that informs some of the work that we are doing. And on the aspects of the developmental state, Chair, I just want to say that it's an area that is not as advanced as we would like it to be. However, we are working on it because not only must we improve and provide services, we must make sure that society improves as we do that as a government. So we are still working out how we make sure that the state is truly developmental. That's a long program that would take a number of terms to do, but as this administration, there are a few fundamental building blocks that we'll put in place towards achieving that. On the second aspect of the state, so the National Development Plan talks of the capable, ethical, and developmental state. When it comes to the ethical state, there is quite a bit of work that we are doing in that particular area. And corruption and building ethics is something that you do forever as a state. So before we get to the point of dealing with corruption ex post facto as a forensic aspect, we would like to introduce a values-based culture of sound public governance, where we build integrity in the work of government and then fight corruption where things do not go according to plan. We are institutionalizing the key values in the 7th administration, and also indicating that we have to work with partners in building an ethical public service, because it doesn't exist in a vacuum, it exists in a society. What work are we doing to ensure that the public service becomes ethical? Lifestyle audits, both for the public service and Administration, as well as the Executive. The Director-General in the Presidency and Cabinet Secretary also serves as the Register of Interests, and Cabinet took a decision that the lifestyle audits will be conducted at the level of the executives. That process is also underway. We have civil society-led governance structures that advise government on corruption, or against corruption, not on corruption. And that particular structure is the National, it's the National Advisory, just checking.
You are protected, DG. It's a slip of a tongue. We understand that. Thank you.
Thank you, Chairperson. So the National Advisory Council on Anti-Corruption is a civil society-led structure that was built into the National Anti-Corruption Strategy. And this council, we've had the first iteration of the council, and it's a council that will continue to exist for as long as the National Anti-Corruption Strategy exists. There are commissions of inquiry that the presidency sets up from time to time to deal with matters of corruption as they raise their head. In particular, for instance, in relation to the State Capture Commission, there is a response plan that the president submitted to Parliament in accordance with the recommendations of the then Chief Justice Zondo. And the implementation of this response plan is tracked on a consistent basis within the presidency, and on a quarterly basis, we report to Cabinet on that, together with the work that we're doing in tracing SIU reports. So up until now, the presidency was just issuing proclamations, and the SIU would then report on its own. But their reports contain recommendations for entities to act against various individuals. We have now set up a mechanism of tracking that, and we report through SCOPA on that work that we do in that regard. And then, of course, as indicated, we are collaborating with all sectors, public servants, unions, society, business, community groups, to ensure that we build up the fight against corruption and an ethical way of doing things within the system of government. It's a far way to go, but we have started the fight against corruption in earnest. The final slide that I will cover, Chairperson, is just touching on the governance and administration principles that we're going to be utilizing as we are building up the head of the public administration. Essentially, the two principles that we're looking at is one of making sure that the public service understands the shared public value creation that they are central to when they are running the state, as well as activating the 5 national security quintets, which are guardrails to ensure that as you unfold your public sector reform and get the public servants to be oriented correctly, that there are some guiding principles and values that inform this. And with that, Chair, and in the interest of time, I'm going to hand over to the Chief Operations Officer and Accounting Officer of the Presidency to take the committee through the Strat Plan 25-29, as well as the annual performance plan for the financial year 2026-2027. With your permission, Chair, thank you.
You are mostly welcomed, Mr. Rory Galaka.
Thank you, Chairperson. Thank you, Director General. Thank you, Minister, and good afternoon to all the members of the committee. There is both the strategic plan as well as the APP that has been circulated to the committee, the full text of both. You will notice from the strategic plan that there is a theme that runs through it and throughout the APP. On slide 39, it's quoted directly from the plan. And this is how we've gone about the formulation of the Presidency's APP. The Presidency does not perform operational delivery on behalf of line departments. Its value proposition lies in structured coordination, disciplined oversight, escalation of bottlenecks, and measurable follow-through on priority commitments. The plan therefore places particular emphasis on execution urgency, milestone discipline, and early escalation of implementation bottlenecks. reflecting the call in the 2026 State of the Nation address for accelerated implementation and visible progress on priority reforms, because the principle being the President, in his direction given to Cabinet through the Cabinet Lekgotla, is that we have to be much quicker on implementation. We have, of course, done this within a context, and we've taken a range of things into consideration, but I'm not going to present all of it to the committee because the committee has the entire pastel as well as the entire situational analysis, both external and internal, in the documents. But I'll just highlight a couple. First of all, in doing the pastel, we considered a number of things, obviously local government performance, but what's key is the second last one on that row of 8, which the DG has mentioned, which is that in 2026, in order to make sure that we obtain the performance envisaged in the plan, we must establish the head of the public administration, and it's well on its way. When it comes to what's important in the economy, according to that analysis, obviously it's jobs, 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 which is the second one in that row, but linked to jobs is the work that the Presidency leads and coordinates in the areas of infrastructure and network industries, energy, rail, water, to name but 3. When it comes to the social environment, Chairperson and members, the crisis and therefore the National Strategic Plan for gender-based violence and femicide, but also dealing with other blights, like, for example, the tensions around migration that we see bubbling from time to time, including quite recently, and the importance to bring in, on an equitable basis, women, youth, and persons with disability into the organization and broadly into government. On the technological front, or on the technology front, the work in progress matters of all decisions and tracking all decisions and coordinating across the whole of government, which is a very complex institution, requires the use of technology. And that, in the reference that was made by the DG to the digitization of the entire government system, is what's top priority. And then on the environment, obviously, the one I'll highlight is the water security issue. And when it comes to the legal environment, that we can't rest on our laurels, because when it comes to counter-terror financing and anti-money laundering, although the FATF, we're beyond it, we have to monitor it and make sure that we stay on track. On the next slide, also highly summarized, and I will leave the committee to read it for yourselves, not the past, yeah, that slide. When it comes, first of all, to the external environment, we boiled up 8 headline issues that have informed and have implications for the way the plan has been written. First of all, yes, the economy has started to improve. It's shown the performance post 1% against previous projections that were sub 1%. The minister made reference to it. But however, we lag in areas especially that will make a big difference, especially low rates of fixed capital investment. And that has a role for the Presidency and implication. And that's why when you see Program 1, which I'll present just now, it's such a huge emphasis. Second of all, even on the macroeconomic front, if there are vast improvements and economic growth, if it's not inclusive growth, and if it doesn't have high absorption capacity to create jobs, we wouldn't have done our job. So you'll see also in Program 1, when we get to it, strong emphasis. The very first KPI is about job creation, starting with the youth and the creation of jobs and establishing livelihoods. The third element is implementation. Policies are all in place. They're very good policies. We must have implementation discipline to make sure that we succeed. The fourth is that the global environment has changed entirely and very dramatically. And so when you look at strategic outcome number 3, we've beefed it up to make sure that the Presidency and the chief diplomat of the country, being the President, embarks on an international program focused on trade diversification in our complex global environment. Number 5 is local state fragility. And here it's complex, There's a lot in the media about various local authorities, including recently Johannesburg, and all of the work that we need to do on intergovernmental work, early warning systems, and escalating crises at local government level are part of the plan. FATF, I won't repeat, it's on this list as well. Social cohesion is very important because in the Constitution, although the phrase social cohesion is not used, the Constitution specifies under Section 83 that it's the job of the President to promote unity of the nation. And the last one is crime and violence. After that, committee members, we look at our internal environment and go to the next slide, please. And there's only time to hone in on two of the most important ones. The first one is that without throwing away all of the good design that makes up the presidency of previous administrations, the presidency in the 7th administration has done some tweaking, which is mainly focused on alignment, on ensuring adequate focus, and on refinement. So we have created a new service delivery model that emphasizes a number of things. The first one is the one that both the Minister and the DG have made reference to. In that service delivery model, the role clarification between the role of the Director-General, who is the executive authority by delegation, and the role of the accounting officer is made. So the Director-General, who is at one and the same time the Secretary of Cabinet and also chairs the FOSAD, her responsibility is whole of government, and her responsibility is ensuring that all line departments are coordinated adequately to achieve what's in the plan. The job of the COO is to run Vote 1, which is one of but many departments that the DG is responsible for. Second of all, a service delivery model that has improved a lot or has attempted to improve a lot to make sure that transversal support to the principals is improved. To name but one example is the establishment recently of the Presidency Events Coordination Committee, but there are many, many other examples of coordination between the policy function and cabinet and so on and so forth. So to improve all the transversal support functions so that it crosses between programs. Third of all, to make sure that a centralized secretariat is adequate to support the work of the Director-General as the chairperson of FOSAD and overseeing a cluster system, to upgrade or elevate the performance and the design and the effectiveness of the whole area of ceremonial, protocol, and events. And I'll pause there just for a second to point out to this committee that in the light of the fact that it's the air that the presidency breathes, the presidency really is an organization that profiles the president and the deputy president on a myriad of events throughout the year. Almost every day of the calendar year has events. Now, this has got a large chunk of the administration dedicated to that work. Household but one area, which is a huge area, and a large number of our staff, event staff, protocol staff, and ceremonial staff. It's not a KPI in the APP, but it is what you see of the presidency almost all of the time, and then therefore linked to the communications area. The second last area that I'd emphasize on the refinements on the architecture is the PMO, the Project Management Office, because all the things that the Minister and the DG, and which now I am highlighting, require dedicated subject matter experts in a whole range of different areas, whether it's just energy transition, whether it's early childhood development, whatever it is. And so the PMO is really adding the value, and we've made sure that we properly resource it. Next slide. The next slide deals with the second internal consideration, and that is the housekeeping matters of how we then do it. So we focus in this APP, and 2026 is a key year in the 5-year strategy. We focus on the capability and the systems and the institutional performance of the organization. And this includes better workforce planning. Members would have seen that We have been advertising. We've got 4 batches of adverts to recruit more staff, not only because of turnover of staff with retirements and so on, but also because the presidency, plainly spoken, is under-resourced from a human resources point of view. And National Treasury has responded to our call, and we're in the process of recruiting, but we're not recruiting blindly. We're doing a proper detailed skills audit over a period of 6 months, and then the recruitment processes follow over 4 phases. The second element is digital transformation. Yes, whole of government has to be transformed, but presidency as a lead itself needs to be transformed. And like most departments, we have frustrations and disappointments in the turnaround of a range of things, including procurement, supply chain management. So there's a lot of emphasis placed in this APP on speeding up the pace of procurement. And then the last one that I'll emphasize is, but presidency has to exist within space somewhere. And that is in Cape Town, in Tainais, Panardendal. In Pretoria, it's in the Union buildings. It's the face of the head of state, and it's important. We have a legacy on a broad range of areas of being penny wise, pound foolish, and not paying for the right kind of accommodation for important symbolic places like the Union buildings and Tainais and Genadendal and. So now that we have the Union buildings being a World Heritage Site, it's a key part of this plan that we focus on improving that accommodation and making it a place of note, not only for our own citizens, but internationally. Can we quickly go to the SWOT? I want to emphasize a couple of points on the SWOT. First of all, when it comes to the strengths, it's a constitutional mandate given to the president, and the department is there to support the president. So we quote sections 83, 84, 85, and even 91, 92, and 93. That is a strength because the purpose of the department of the presidency is to support the principal and the principal's deputy. Secondly, the 5 branches, which I'll get to in a moment, are well designed. They have been there for a number of years, and they make complete sense. It works, and it's architecturally sound and effective if properly managed. Thirdly, delivery assurance platform that this presidency, 6th administration, and now the 7th administration has created, being the PMO, is really hitting the mark from a point of view of coordination and leadership. Even though the budget for all this work doesn't rest in the presidency, it's coordinated, and a strength of the presidency is the PMO. Fourth, we have a stable financial administration. CFO's in the room with us. You saw the AG, clean audit. Our job is to maintain that clean audit. When it comes to weaknesses, committee members, the presidency has given no favors by National Treasury or by the AGSA. The same rules that apply to all departments of government apply to the presidency. It's sometimes an unwelcome reality to deal with because things move at a certain pace, which is oftentimes not adequate if you're trying to serve and support a head of state. But we do have capacity constraints. Recruitment has been slow, and so therefore we are adopting a new approach, a project management approach to it. We also, you heard the Auditor-General mention coordinating ministries' audit. It's important as accounting officer to point out, it's a tricky terrain because I already said that the budget for all of this work is in the line departments. It's not in the presidency. We coordinate, but we don't implement. So the coordinating ministries area is a tricky terrain and sometimes an awkward audit. Then as far as the opportunities are concerned, the service delivery model is an opportunity. The establishment of Hopper, which must materialize this year, is an opportunity. Adopting the project management approach, which is already starting to work. A recent recruitment over the last few months was managed to be turned around in 2 months, where I think the average of recruitment in government is a lot longer, often more than 6 months. And the further opportunity is the soon to be published digital transformation public tender for the Department of the Presidency that will go out. Another opportunity is, because we're a World Heritage Site at the main home of the President, being the Union Buildings, that master plan that has been created is a huge opportunity. Finally, just on the threats, AG mentioned it, it is true, even if you do your job well, the Presidency of all places will be the target for attempts at cybercrime. We deal with it on a daily basis and have to protect ourselves. And other threats just also include a match between the resourcing of the Presidency and the work that it's got to do. So coordination overload, you might call it. I want now to move, and this slide I'm not going to spend time on, but this slide is just to give the committee the confidence that in the crafting of the strategy and the APP, we've had a number of points of reference that have been very critical. Naturally, starting with the medium-term development plan, and some of the indicators in that MTDP do make the Presidency the lead. Mostly, Presidency is the support, but in some cases, take, for example, number 8 on the page, which is the center of government work, Presidency is the lead. The growth and investment plan of the country, if you read through there, it deals with freight, electricity, water, visas, infrastructure, trade, everything. You'll find it in the APP because of our lead and coordination role. And most importantly, on the sonar, which is the last column on the right-hand side. The thing about the sonar is the emphasis given by the President on implementation. And if implementation is going to be successful, when you read our KPIs, what you will see there is an attempt to integrate the sonar commitments with the Cabinet and with the FOSAD cluster plans to make sure that accountability is achieved. I now move to how the hierarchy of the plan works. We start at the top, the 4 black boxes. Put plainly, the mandate is in those 4 black boxes. Summarized, the first mandate of the Presidency is to support the principles, full stop. In their coordination and in their leadership work, the department must support the principles, the President and the Deputy President. The second mandate is to coordinate the implementation of the National Development Plan, and hence the cluster system that is chaired by the President at Cabinet level and the Director-General at FOSAD level. The third is to identify and then to correct policy and institutional failures, which is why you see a lot of the interventions that are in the media. And the last one is to oversee, and Minister made mention of it, to oversee the interface between the political and the executive, the interface between the Parliament and the executive of the country. Our mission is to support the President and the Deputy President to lead and galvanize not only government, but the whole of society. The orange block in the middle is what will be the impact of this work over the 5-year period. At the end of 5 years, what is the longer range, and beyond the 5 years, what is the longer range objective? The longer range objective is a national one, which is an equal and cohesive society and an inclusive economy. That is the bottom line. Of course, it's more wordy, and you will see that it deals with how we do it. We deal with it through our social partners. We deal with it through all of our partners, including the whole of the public sector. But then how do we go about it? The MTDP strategic priorities are on the right. The Minister mentioned it. I won't repeat them. But then we bring it home to the Presidency as a department. The way that we do it is we have 4 strategic outcomes. Also summarized, highly summarized, because as the one member said, we don't need to read our presentations to the committee. You've read them. So in summary form, the first strategic outcome of this department is agenda setting. The second strategic outcome of this department is establishing all the partnerships that are needed to lead and coordinate so that the job gets done. The third strategic outcome is what the department leads on the international relations front to make sure that national interests are served. And the fourth strategic outcome is everything that is housekeeping related, so that the Department of the Presidency is operating at the right level, setting the right example, and doesn't have nasties like, for example, audit disclaimers and so on and so forth. I pause here for a second, and the next slide is going to help. There are 4 strategic outcomes, but there are 3 programs. So when the members look at the budget and they compare it to the plan, just be conscious that a program is the way that we structure our internal affairs from a resourcing point of view, where we group like functions with staff and their budgets and their resources. But strategic outcomes are the 4 strategic outcomes of how we implement our strategy. So when we get to it later, you'll see that only program 1 uses the resources of all 3, only outcome 1 uses the resources of all 3 programs. Go back to that org chart, please. At the bottom of the org chart, there are 5 branches. There's the branch office, private office of the president. There's the branch private office of the deputy president. There's the branch corporate management. And then on the right-hand side of that, there's the branch for research and services, policy research and services, and there's the branch for the cabinet secretariat or the cabinet office. All on the left-hand side of the middle line fall under program 1. So I want to emphasize here, the committee is no doubt accustomed to knowing program 1 in its 5 core elements: finance, supply chain management, IT, legal, and HR. Presidency is different. All of the unsung heroes on the household side and on the protocol side are in program 1, and that's core to the work of the presidency. So please know that program 1 is not as you see it in most other departments, because it's got the 2 private offices and it's got corporate management, and corporate management includes protocol and ceremonial. If you go to the next slide now. I want to try to just indicate how the key performance indicators are split. Strategic outcome number 1 has got 14 key performance indicators. I'll come to them. So that's the agenda setting outcome. Strategic indicator number 2, which is all the partnerships, has got 14 output indicators. Strategic outcome number 3, which is the international relations, has got 4 outcome indicators. And strategic outcome number 4, which is all the housekeeping, has got 6 outcome indicators. There are naturally a range of activities that are needed, and you see them listed in the middle, which is the blue block that's on the screen. And perhaps the committee members, to save time, can read that for themselves, but you will see the kinds of things that we need to do, including executive briefings, including a range of monitoring and tracking. They're all there. But then what are the inputs? The inputs, and I'll come back to it in the last slide very briefly, we've got over a 3-year period a 2.6 billion rand budget. We've got, as you see on the slide, 534 warm bodies. That does include the principals and the special advisors, not only the public servants as you would normally know them. And we've got our physical infrastructure, which is aging and which is all heritage assets, and that we need to pay better attention to. In the first year, our budget that we have to do this work on the APP that's in front of you is 816.8 million in year one. Over 3 years, 2.6 billion. The next two slides are highly summarized and probably the most important. If you add up the 14 plus 14 plus 4 plus 6, the total indicators that have to be delivered are a total of 38 indicators. Program 1 is the first block on the left-hand side. Excuse me, I'm misleading you. Strategic outcome number 1, which is agenda setting, is the first block on the left-hand side. And it has the involvement of all of the programs. The first 6 that are in front of you are program 1, made up of the 2 private offices and corporate management. So it's the job creation through Work SA. It's the problem of child malnutrition and stunting that we have to focus on, and the implementation of that action plan and the reporting against that. It's the just energy transition. It's the whole of Operation Vulindlela. And it's the program of action to manage the interface between the executive and parliament through the leader of government business. If the committee members want more detail, and there's a lot more detail, I would advise the committee members to go straight to the technical indicator descriptions, which you will find on these first 6, you'll find on pages 55 to 59. In those TIDs, you will be able to see what the actual work is from a coordination point of view that program 1 needs to do for these 6 indicators to achieve this result. And this is under the private office of the president, what I've read to yourselves now. The second set, which is a list of 5, is all falling under the Cabinet Secretariat, which is program number 2 on the APP. The Cabinet Secretariat's job is to make sure that, first of all, the Cabinet, in fact, has a program, and that program is linked and informed by the MTDP, and it's informed by what FOSAD and Cabinet have agreed to. And that must be formulated for the following year, which is 2027. That must be done and dusted by the 3rd quarter, so that we already have a plan in place for 2027. The plan for 2026 was already signed off in the previous year. Second of all, they must do the same for the FOSAD program, so there's proper sequencing through FOSAD to Cabinet. Third of all, the entire legislative program must be managed. So when bills leave Cabinet and they go into the parliamentary system, they are tracked and the responsible ministers are kept accountable for serving that. 5, the cluster improvement plan, because although coordination is happening, there are areas of improvement, and a plan has been formulated and approved by top management. And that plan must be, it's a very complex and intricate plan, you can imagine, with the number of ministries and the number of departments that we have in the executive. We need to be halfway through the implementation of that plan by the end of the current financial year. And then the long list of work in progress from Cabinet decisions. All of these need to be done by program 2, which is the Cabinet Secretariat. And then the last 4 on this list are all the support to the principles that the presidency needs to do when it comes to the area of policy and research. So first of all, there needs to be strategic content support. Some of it is planned because the president and the deputy president need to address various platforms, and some of it is ad hoc because ministers of cabinet ask for that support. That is done under the first. And by the way, just going back to the cabinet, you can find those TIDs on pages 77 to 79. On the policy ones, it starts on page 80, the detail. The second one is all bills need the socio-economic impact assessment to be done. And you will notice there's an 80% target. That's because a lot of more bills might only land on the table of Program 3 towards the tail end of the fourth quarter. Then there's the SONA commitments, of which in 2026 there were 110 SONA commitments, split between the three priorities of government, 38 in the first, 20 in the second, and 52, which is an effective and ethical state. 52 of them fall under the third one. So SONA must be tracked and the reports must be done on SONA, and they mustn't be missed, as was pointed out on a prior year, which is the 2023 year. And then the last area is specific strategic policy analysis and advisory work that they need to do in regard to three areas: the country investment strategy, crime and violence, the second one, and the professionalization of the public service framework is the third one. So those are the 14 key performance indicators under agenda setting. If you go to the right-hand block, this now deals with all of the partnerships that need to be formed to get the job done. The first 6 on this list are driven by the colleague next to me is the DDG in the private office of the president. The first 6 are driven by the private office of the president. The National Strategic Plan for Gender-Based Violence is the first. The Business and Government Partnership is the second. Nation building and social cohesion and the implementation of at least 80% of that plan by the end of the financial year is the third. The Presidential Economic Advisory Council work is the third. The district and provincial oversight visits, which need to generate reports because they get data from the ground that requires the presidency to coordinate actioning by the departments and even by local authorities and provinces. And then the last one is digital transformation across the whole of the public sector. These 6 that all require coordination between different departments, and you'll see the different stakeholders listed in the TID, are all driven by the private office of the president. The next 3 are driven by the Office of the Director-General, supported at a technical level by the Office of the COO, and more broadly by corporate management. And that's the whole area of state capture. So we have to get, by the end of the current financial year, out of the 60 commitments that the President made to Parliament, consequent to the Zondo Commission recommendations tabled in Parliament, 90% of those recommendations need to be either fully implemented or on track by the end of the financial year, which is end of March next year. By mid-year, we must be at 85% of implementation. Second of all, there's a broader plan against which that rests, and that's called the National Anti-Corruption Strategy. It's a very complex plan involving a range of stakeholders and agencies that must be at a point of 35% implementation by the end of the financial year. Some of these require legislative changes, so that's why you see where we would be. And then the last one in this cluster is all the SIU reports. After the president has signed the proclamation, and the SIU has done their investigation and given the report to the only place where they can give the report, which is the president, what does the presidency then do with that report, and how quickly do we get the responsible agency or department to deal with the report? So that is the second one. And then the last 5, which are under stakeholder management, are all driven by my colleague, Mr. Mbada, who is next to Onke, who's the DDG in the private office of the Deputy President. The last 5, by delegation, are led by the private office of the Deputy President. So first of all, service delivery district model, the implementation thereof, you see moving to the fourth quarter, 90%. The Deputy President's work for the purpose, in fact, of job creation, because it's skills, it's focused on skills, is the Human Resources Development Council work that the President is doing there, where he needs to get to 90%, or the private office needs to get to 90%. Work with the military veterans, and work with the South African National AIDS Council. These all fall under Program 1. And you can see that it covers, sorry, they don't all fall under Program 1. They fall under 3 of the programs. No, they fall under Program 1 because it's all done by corporate management or private office of the President or private office of the Deputy President. Then moving towards the end soon of the presentation, if we go to outcome number 4, which is the international relations outcome. The details are on the TID pages 69 to 71. It starts with what is the plan? That's the first KPI. The strategic international relations position is developed. After that, the work, the international relations program of both the President and the Deputy President is run according to that plan, obviously with a focus on diversification of investment and our national interests. And the last one is to deliver the SADC summit in August, but obviously it goes beyond that when we are SADC chair for proper next year. And then the last strategic outcome, Chairperson and colleagues, is the housekeeping one. It is housekeeping insofar as it includes retaining the clean audit. It includes the 30-day turnaround on invoices, which we are required to comply with, just like any other department. It also includes a lot of the DPSA stipulated targets, 50% women at SMS level, number of persons with disability that we employ. It also includes the targets prescribed by Treasury on procurement. 40% procurement spent must be spent on women, 30% on youth, 70% on Black-owned businesses, 7% on people with disabilities. It also includes the implementation, because we need to get MPSA approval for the service delivery model to be able to implement the revised structure. It also includes, subject to no disappointments on the tendering front, the implementation of the digital transformation strategy, and it includes the union buildings that I referred to earlier. To now go just to 2 issues. The one committee members is the programs. Please go to Program 1. I'm not going to present this detail. I just want to explain a few things. So Program 1, you can read the entire Program 1 on pages 32 to 43 of the APP. It uses up the lion's share of both the resourcing, the number of personnel, and also the budget. It makes up 85.5% of the department's budget is Program 1, the 2 private offices and corporate management, which includes the elements that are unusual to the presidency. This is also, it makes sense, it aligns with a number of indicators that fall under Program 1, because of the 38 indicators, 29 fall under Program 1. So that's pretty much 76% of the work, and it's 85% of the budget. The next one is Program 2, if you scroll 2 pages down, 3 pages down. Program 2, which is the Cabinet Secretariat's executive support. This program owns 5 of the 38 indicators. You can find this work on pages 44 to 47 of the document. It uses up 8.3% of the budget. It does about 13%. It's crude, based on KPIs, not on time or input. And then Program 3, which is the last one, which is policy and research, owns 4 of the corporate indicators, 4 out of the 38. You can read this material on pages 48 to 52, and they use up 4.8% of the budget, which is where I'm going to end the presentation, which is the next slide, which is the budget. So that is the 2.6 billion over the MTF period. You see there that in the year that we are now in, it reflects the 816 million that I referred to earlier. I point out that even though the plans of the presidency are very ambitious, and we have a national budget of what, 1.2 trillion, what we spend on the presidency is 0.066 recurring percent of that national budget. How do we use it? 2/3 of it is just paying the staff. Presidency is chiefly a knowledge-based institution. So 2/3, 66% of our financial resources go to COE, which is the payment of staff. 31.5% go towards goods and services, quite a large share of which is the travel, because both president and deputy president do have a very busy international program, but even domestically with the DDM, etc. But it's not only travel, goods and services overall uses up 31.5% of the budget. And capital uses up a very small share, only 2.3%. So it's split 2/3, 1/3. Cost of staff, which is basically what the presidency is, and 1/3 towards capital and goods and services. So that's the budget of the presidency, which we are held accountable for and which we hope to continue to manage in a way that's acceptable to the Auditor-General. Chairperson, I'm sorry to have taken so long. I'm done.
Thank you very much, Honorable Minister, the DG, and the COO for the presentation. It's 1:25 now. I'm not sure if lunch is ready, that we can break maybe for 30 minutes, come back at 2 o'clock so that we can then ask questions based on the presentation made. Thank you very much, honorable members. Let's break for lunch. We'll be back at 2. Lunch will be served in the restaurant here by the Good Hope Chamber. Thank you for everyone. Lunch is for all of us. Thank you. Honorable members, we are back from our lunch break. I'm just generous today, honorable members, that I'm allowing us to go beyond the time that I said we must be back. So I want to encourage honorable members, if you have, based on the presentation that we received from the presidency, if you have those priority areas that maybe we could put them in the committee strat plan, you can write them down and send to Umvaba, then we will sit and look at it at a later date. The floor is open for questions. Honorable Trolip, Honorable Ramulo Beng, Honorable Matlatsi, Honorable Honorable Mukwena Zondi, and Honorable who? Paulson. Thank you. In that order.
Yeah.
Man Paulson.
Thank you very much, Chair. You know, I was just listening with interest throughout the day, and now I know why we've been so keen to have a committee on the presidency. We don't know the architecture. We don't know what the presidency really does. So this has been an illuminating presentation. I've got a couple of questions, Chair, around Vulindlela. I see it's phase 2 Vulindlela, and it focuses on electricity, world-class infrastructure, water, and visa systems to attract skills. Now, with electricity, we've seen some improvement with load shedding, but there's still localized outages. As far as world-class logistics system is concerned and SANRAL, my question is, why are products like coal and ore still being transported on road when we have a rail network? Because it's destroying the rail networks and destroying towns, rural towns, and causing chaos on the roads. Water. Yes, there's the establishment of a crisis committee, but this committee didn't happen this year. This crisis didn't happen this year. The presidency has been around for 30 years, and the presidency's role is to monitor where there are areas of concerns and bottlenecks. The Vaal River system has been overflowing for the last 7 months, but the people of Gauteng and Johannesburg in particular don't have water. So the early warning systems are clearly not good. And if visa system improvement and electronic travel authorization system is one of the priority areas, what about investment attraction? What about investment attraction? And I will follow up with that in a minute. And then with regards to the National Development Plan, you speak about developing an ethical, developmental, capable state, and professionalizing the public service. Now, we all know that Batupili has been a slogan of the public service, but we now have to relook at the professionalization of the public service because Batupili is ignored only in its breach. All you've got to do is watch the Madanga Commission, and you'll see public servants who believe that they're above public service, and they clearly live way beyond their means. So the issue around lifestyle audits, I know there was some opposition, but we were told that they're progressing. When are they going to be completed? Because I see in the public service, there was trade union opposition to it. And then ethics, Chairperson. You know, ethics is all about example. We learn ethics from our parents. But we've got compromised president, compromised deputy president about where he lives and who owns the homes. We've got compromised ministers, compromised chairpersons, compromised members of parliament, who the Zondo Commission has implicated them. Yet they've come back in different capacities, absolutely no consequence. So when I was told that the Zondo Commission is carrying on and it's on track, my question is, what are the outcomes? Because we as South Africans see that there are some outcomes, at least from the Matlanga Commission, quickly, but Zondo Commission, very little. And then to the CEO or COO, you said that jobs are a priority and that growth had gone just beyond 1%. But let's be generous and say we've achieved 1% growth in the last 2 years. What about the illicit economy? It's growing at 6% and destroying the legitimate licit economy and destroying jobs at the same time. Because I ask this because you right across your document, you see in the APP document, you refer to measuring performance. And you said if we aren't having high absorption job creation impact, we wouldn't be doing our jobs. Well, I'd venture to say in that area, your performance has been really poor because we've seen unemployment going up systematically. And then my last question is, what happened to the national dialogue? Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Trollip. Honorable Ramulube.
Thank you so much, Chair. I think I have a number of questions. Others might not be questions, there might be submissions, and others would be clarities. Chair, you would bear with me. The APP identifies several risks, and amongst those risks, it includes the coalition dynamics that affect policy stability and the speed of making or taking decisions. And seeing that local government elections are set to take place this year in November, and the presidency will be seized with managing contradictions, which would speak directly to the character of the GNU post the elections. Is there any plans in the presidency to ensure that there is stability in the GNU? And two would be that I think it's a common known factor that society would have a thinking or view that generally service delivery happens in the year of elections. And when it's not a year of elections, there is no service delivery that takes place. I would like a comment on how we're going to navigate this year and what would be the plans of the presidency to counter that narrative that says only service delivery is seen when it's electioning year. And again, whilst we, based on the presentation and the explanations that both the minister, the DG would have elaborated on largely, would necessarily say that presidency is largely, the role is to coordinate. What would be the coordination mechanism that have been put in place to ensure on-time service delivery and crisis responses, especially with regards to local government? And what would presidency planning to do differently from how they've been previously conducting their coordination function through the DDM? The National Water Resource Infrastructure Agency. In terms of SONA, government will prioritize ensuring water security. There has been a general concern that the Fiscal is unable to implement water infrastructure project at the scale needed by our South African economy. I would really like to hear the view from the presidency on how potentially we can mitigate these risks that the National Water Resource Infrastructure Agency might face, and how will this risk be mitigated, and how this agency will not also face the risks or challenges which have been faced by other state-owned entities. And Chair, I would like to check in terms of the SONA commitments that have been put, how many have been translated into funded programs with verifiable performance indicators that would appear on the APP that we've just received? And how many are those that are at a risk of not being implemented? So that at least we have an idea on how we're going to play our oversight role as the committee on the reflection that they would have given us. Equally, the presidency had committed to 2 independent reviews of the NSP and the GBVF progress. How will these reviews differ from the previous reporting to ensure that recommendations are implemented across the departments, especially now that the GBVF has been classified as a national disaster? Lastly, the issue of filling of vacancies in the presidency, where it would appear that they have missed the 50% target for women in SMS or in senior management for 2 consecutive years. What are plans in place to ensure that this target is met and we adhere to targets that have been set for ourselves? Thanks, Chair. Those were my submissions.
Thank you, Honorable Ramulo Benge. Honorable Mahlatse. Honorable Mahlatse.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. Yeah, I think the honorable member has covered me in some of the questions. Just a few then. We'll start on planning. Like, do the NDP, MTDP, district plans and sectoral strategy speak to each other, or are they parallel document read by separate officials? On issue of governance, is there a functioning policy coherence mechanism across all ministries, or are departments pursuing disconnected priorities? You want me to repeat that? I see you looking at me. You want me to repeat, ne? The question is on governance. Is there a functioning policy coherence mechanism across all ministries, or are departments pursuing disconnected priorities? The third one is on accountability. When ministries contradict each other publicly on issues such as the energy, the BBBEE, the land question, the trade, the immigration, those are examples. Who arbitrates? How? And with what consequences? Are they inducted? The last question is, will also be based on the current development whereby senior members of GNU from the DA distancing themselves from the outcome. Let me put it like that. Now, does the presidency have functioning GNU dispute resolution mechanism? And that will lead me also to add another one on top. Are cabinet decisions implemented consistently across all collusion partners ministries? Example, the government commission strategy and branding guidelines. Kani mambo.
Thanks, Honorable Mahlatse. Honorable Zondi.
Ngiyabonga Sihlalo. I think I'm covered with the question yeVolindlela. My next question will have been on lifestyle audits. Having been told that lifestyle audits do continue to take place, I would like to know I would like to know how many have taken place so far, and has there been situation where an executive has failed in a lifestyle audit, and what consequence management, if any, has taken place? Secondly, it's an issue on the 90%. The presidency keeps saying that there is 90% implementation on a number of targets. Is there an independent verification mechanism to say that, just so that we are sure that it's not a self-congratulations matter? Also, lastly, on the digital transformation, it's uploaded whatever's been done about digital transformation. However, I would like to know if the presidency has any plans in place for the millions of people who still don't have access to basic internet connectivity. What plans are there, if any? Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Mokoena Zondi. Honorable Paulson.
Thank you very much, and thank you to the Minister and the DG for the presentation. So the role of the presidency functions as a coordinator rather than having any real implementation function. In fact, implementation, or the success of the presidency is contingent on timely and accurate reporting of implementation-heavy line departments over which we have no control. So how do you overcome that? And then, so execution remains vulnerable to coordination overload. And in addition to that, we've got a very fragmented digital architecture. The report says that. So what happens is that your resolutions of cabinet are somewhat diluted, and they're not verified or consistently tracked to verify closure. And that creates a serious problem, because ultimately, all of these projects and programs should be improving the lives of our people. And if we can't track it, we certainly can't say, or we cannot say for sure that we are improving the lives of our people or we are having any impact, right? So how does the presidency intend to manage the capacity pressures in this high demand coordination and advisory functions while you are constrained of resources? And these resources limit expanding your institutional footprint. And talking about resources, there's a very slow recruitment and procurement cycle, and that constrains your responsiveness. I mean, if there's a disaster there in KZN, and we saw how slow we are to respond to disasters. It cannot be. We need a very effective government, and we must be able to respond quickly to the needs of our people. But we're not even there yet. We are basically putting out fires. So there has to be a lot of business process re-engineering within the presidency. There has to be. So what specific business process engineering steps will be taken in this period 26-27? Because as you said, this is the year of acceleration. And you cannot have any hindrances if you are going to accelerate. The other problem, so we've got this
these fragmented digital systems. So these things are not talking to each other. And in order to kind of reconcile, we have to do manual reconciliation. So do you have a timeline for integrating all of these disparate systems that will give us full interoperability between planning, budgeting, and performance systems? You know, because like I said, you have no function over the departments that are supposed to implement. So you need to have systems that's going to tell you whether those departments are doing their work. Okay. Chair, I'm just preparing you for the future EFF government and the way things will work effectively. You can laugh. You laugh last, laughs best. And then, Minister, I've got questions from the previous presentation, if I can just find it quickly. In the previous presentation of the Auditor-General, 94% of the auditees, 94% of the entities audited showed material non-compliance with key legislation and irregular expenditure reaching 42.58 billion. That's a lot. Okay. So how will the presidency coordinate a response to the indicators of potential financial losses and fraud allegations at 117 of these auditees? That's 94%. And here's the very important thing. The presidency must be exemplary. But in 2023-2024, the presidency received a finding for material misstatements in its annual financial statements. And let's be honest, this regression impacts on this, you know, on the presidency's legitimacy. Okay? This is the center of government. So if you are having material misstatements, how are you going to enforce compliance and accountability elsewhere? And that's very important. You know, I can't be doing wrong, but then those that are reporting to me, I expect them. I mean, 117 auditees are doing bad. And I'm supposed to make sure that they don't. But I myself am guilty of material misstatement. Okay? So what are you doing to fix that? Thank you very much, Chairperson.
Thank you very much. Honorable Mauma Pilu.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. Just two brief things. The first one is a consequence of the earlier discussion about performance plans and so on as tools of governance. What we should be doing as Parliament is to work with research institutions, including universities, and the research portion of the Parliament to, on an ongoing basis, assess the effectiveness and usefulness of methods that have been used for the last 32 years to do governance in South Africa, so that we don't blame the executive on things that we ourselves do not have as instruments of oversight. it is our responsibility to say to the executive, we have done empirical research on, for instance, annual performance plans, and we think these are the areas that must be improved. So maybe because we are now celebrating 30 years of democracy, Parliament can undertake a study with universities to say, let's look across the board whether these instruments are effective or not. Then we can go back to the executive and say, we think we must improve on this and this as a way of oversight. The second point, last point, Comrade Minister is, Honorable Minister, is I like the proposal on digitization. And I will just suggest that one of the things it must do, this digitization, for instance, is to have a national integrated platform for performance monitoring and evaluation, which is embedded in the presidency, so that the president is able, through a press of a button, for instance, to check all infrastructure projects, where they are, at what level they are, all of them, just at the press of a button, instead of calling people to meetings, and so that DPME, working with the president, can only summon a person when the system shows that there's no progress in particular projects, because you have digitized your way of ensuring that there's effective governance. That must also include what the AG reported on earlier. The executive side of government, for instance, has got internal audit. Therefore, internal audit will look at all these matters that the AG raises, irregular, fruitless expenditure, and so on. If they are uploaded in the system, you are able to see on a monthly basis where each department is in as far as addressing matters raised by the Auditor-General is concerned. And you are able to also submit that to the Auditor-General as a tool you are using to implement the issues that are emanating from the Auditor-General. On the Parliament side, we will have to do reciprocation also, have the same system that does resolutions tracking that we take on the executive as Parliament, but also be able to, as Parliament, also be able to tell the executive, to show the executive empirically, and not just general things, empirically, substantively, that qualitatively, quantitatively, are we making progress or not? At the media strategy level, communication side of the government can then be able to use that tool to communicate progress to the voters on an ongoing basis, which means if I'm a South African, I can go into an app and be able to see where we are with water, with clinics, with this and that. So for me, I know it's going to be an expensive exercise, but we can do it in phases, incrementally, work on it until we achieve our intended goals, so that this thing of when we are with the executive, we say these general things can be nipped in the bud. Rather stick to what is in the tool or the instrument of oversight. That's just my comment, Chair. Thanks.
Thank you very much, Honorable Mauma Pielo, for those comments. I have one question that I want to ask. How does the President coordinate the national interest framework working with DERCO, and how is its progress measured, particularly in this turbulent, ever-changing and fluid global situation? Thank you very much. Responses, Honorable Minister. Thanks.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. I will request the DG and the COO and the teams to start with the responses. They will allocate themselves in terms of the responses they will do, and then I will finalize the responses. They are seasoned officials. They'll leave the political ones to myself. Thank you. I'll start with you. COO, they say you must start.
Thank you, Minister. So, Minister, I just want to start on the last input, which related to something that's been the topic of, or the focus of much attention, but for, yes, too long. And that's the electronic digital dashboard reporting. So that the performance reporting is not manual. And as you put it, it's at the touch of a button. This form of reporting is used in other countries. And it is a project that we did commission DPME to work on, and which the former DG, Dr. Nkuna, was actually seized with, and setting up that ops center. But it's not through the woods. And now also with the digital transformation of government as a whole, I do hope that it will pick up the pace. But the point is well noted, and also the sentiments are shared. On the question about the material misstatement year before last, there was, I think you've seen that there were no misstatements in the year that has just been audited. In the year that preceded that, what underlay that material misstatement was ultimately a disagreement between Presidency, Audit Committee, and the Presidency staff and the Auditor-General. And it related to the late, well, the CFO is going to assist me with the technical language, but the late receipt of the negative balance on our budget because of the unfunded responsibilities of the ministries. So that was corrected. It was a painful thing. There was no error in the quality of capturing reconciliation and the numbers. It was very much a timeline issue that resulted, and the Auditor-General basically did their job. But I would say, as the accounting officer, management too did its job. And when we then went through the following year, there was nothing to answer for. So I do think that if that clean audit is retained, then the requirements for the Presidency to kind of lead from the front will be recognized. The question about the interoperability and the timelines, because the member has made mention of something that's on the plan on the digital transformation of government, the alignment of planning, budgeting, and reporting. It relates to the question from the last question that was asked. So there would need to be a focused presentation made on the details of where that plan is at. It's on our overall corporate plan, but as far as being able to answer on my feet on the timeline, we would need to bring in the officials that are seized with the digital transformation. Business processes re-engineering is very current. I made mention in my presentation to the public tender. for the digital transformation of the presidency as an organization. That tender, phase one, which has been completed, has scoped all of the work. The next step is the business process mapping, because in order for the digital strategy to be set in place, that it includes all the elements of the work of the presidency, the mapping of the manual systems to be migrated to the digital systems is part of the tender that you'll probably see on the tender portal within the next couple of weeks. The BAC was due to have met on it today, but probably has postponed the meeting because the CFO had to be with me here in Cape Town. On the independent verification of the data that's reported, like the 90% figure, there is no room for fictitious reporting because the way it goes through 3 levels of verification. And the members in the TIDs, you will be able to see the verification requirements. They're written on the TID, which is in the document. Step 1 is for the branch to give the evidence file, the portfolio of evidence. Step 2 is for the strategy unit, which is headed by Ms. Zulibanzi over there, to verify its content. Then it's handed to internal audit. And internal audit very often contests and questions whether the portfolio of evidence is adequate and satisfies the requirements that's in the TID. Once that is satisfied and internal audit has signed it off, only then do we report it in the quarterly report and ultimately in the annual report. The last stage is completely independent. Although internal audit is in and of itself independent, we have an internal audit committee, but after that, the Auditor-General of South Africa audits it. I want to go to the filling of the vacancies. And I know that the report has indicated that for the last 2 years that we were at 47% women SMS and 53 men. I'm pleased to say that that's not the case. The latest audited figures to the end of the 4th quarter of the previous year, which was end of March, is an exact 50-50 split. Our challenge is not on the gender front. In fact, the presidency as a whole, just for the committee's knowledge, beyond SMS throughout the entire organization is much more highly represented in jobs by women job holders than men. It's much more than 50% at other grades. At SMS, it's 50-50. On all other grades throughout the entire organization, right to the lowest level, it's the other way. It's more women employees and less men. So it's not 50-50. Our challenge is on the employment of persons with disability, where we have a target of 3%, and we're currently not quite at that target. But, and then the other question I'd just like to attend to is how many of the SONAR commitments? Ms. Kole is with us. She's the acting DDG for PRS. And although in 2023 we missed the second report, that was for extremely technical reasons because our APP had poor design. It required the data by the 30th of March. And at the 30th of March, departments are still assembling the data. That's no longer the case. The indicator is clean. And Ms. Kole is busy administering the timelines on that SONAR data. And the timeline at the moment is imminent. It's the 16th of May, and the departments are busy assembling the data, and it's busy coming in, which Ms. Kole is busy collating. There were a range of questions that really relate to the clearinghouse, which Mr. Mbada is here, unless DG, the minister's going to handle that one. Okay, then let me leave it at that and hand over to the minister.
Thank you, Chairperson and members for those questions. Thanks, COO, for starting. If I start, and I'll try start from the top. Honorable Member Trollip asked about some of the OV work. Yes, you are correct, sir. With electricity, we have put the ghost of load shedding behind us, but whilst people experience load reduction, that's what we're saying is still notional. So we have now, working with the Department of Electricity, requested them to focus on the load reduction and work with municipalities to make sure that that is cleared. The work that they do thereunder reports under the crisis committee. So again, we're still holding that high level of accountability on the part of the department. With the logistics, yes, it is Transnet that dropped the ball there. They are in the crisis committee management mode. And their target is 250 million tons per annum. And until they get there, they remain classified as under crisis. And that 250 million tons will move a lot of product from the roads. And that's the plan. There are a number of projects that they've got ongoing. And again, when we do a detailed presentation, we can highlight those. We are fixing the infrastructure, the rail infrastructure itself, or Transnet is fixing the rail infrastructure, reorganizing themselves to be able to manage that better, sorting out the issues of wagons. We've invited the private sector to come in as well and run their locomotives on the lines so that there's sharing. There's no, we dilute the monopoly of Transnet, but in the interest of making sure that the economy of the country works, they're doing work on the ports to ungem that and to clear that. So there's a whole, we call it the logistics roadmap, that we could come here, Chairperson, perhaps for a specific presentation, so we can share some of the detail that's been done thereunder. Watercom, we couldn't agree more. Perhaps we should have moved a little later, a little earlier. However, we are on it now. We had started a few initiatives and interventions. It's now been elevated to a crisis mode because the other interventions, even though they started pulling some traction around the issues of poor water delivery, we now have elevated it and escalated it into a crisis mode, including a meeting that was held literally last Friday with all the mayors in the country to make sure that we fix that problem of water. There's no municipality that doesn't have it. The issue of investment attraction, it's a mandate of the Department of Trade Industry and competition. However, from the presidency, we almost literally have direct line of sight of the work that's being done there. The president has got one of his advisors who focuses on that area, and through the system of government, we make sure that there is reporting that happens there, and we're tracking the investments from the investment conferences and all other investments that happen through other decisions of companies. Switch now talking to the Batupili principles. Yes, we are aware that Batupili has sort of become a slogan because it's been a driving force for so long. However, we are looking at means to revive that and give more content to it and give more meaning to it and get public servants to realize that they're here to serve the public first and they are paid to serve the public. Anything else is secondary or almost irrelevant. I will not comment on the Madlanga Commission. It's going to come back to us for implementation. It just being a commission that had been set up by the president on observation of certain developments. On lifestyle audits, and to also come to the member Mokoena Zondi here, for the staff, for public servants, that process has started. There are various stages through which we go through. So all public servants are expected, not all, up to a certain level, all SMS are expected to declare their financial interests. We are then targeting people in high-risk areas, procurement, and there's one other area where we request staff to declare their financial interests. And then when those are filed and assessed at DPSA and there's there are patterns that are observed that do not add up, then there's a further investigation and then a full-on lifestyle audit being authorized. That's being done under the Public Service Act and its regulations. And that's been now in place for a few years, and we've sort of seen some results in that particular area. Of course, I'm sure there would be trade union opposition, but we will negotiate and work with them because it's not used as a way of targeting employees. It's just an ordinary internal control that you have to put up if you're serious about fighting corruption. When it comes to the executive, the system is still under development. So at the moment, we're not in a position to report. And once that process has reached the level it's supposed to reach, including advice on whether or not that can be made public, we would then be able to share whatever we're able to share from that particular process. There's quite a bit of work that we've done in implementing commission recommendations, not just the Zondo one, but apropos the Zondo one, I have indicated that we actually report almost quarterly to the scoper of Parliament. So what we would do is perhaps just share the most recent report that we would have sent there. The presidency developed a comprehensive response plan with responsibilities from various departments, and we track it on a monthly basis. At a technical level, we meet to make sure that people account for all the things that they're supposed to do under those recommendations of Zondo. And there's been quite a lot of things that have been achieved there, but if we circulate that report, and if the committee would want us to present to them, Chair, I don't know, perhaps at some point we'd do that. It is quite comprehensive work that we do there under, and we report to Cabinet once a quarter as well on that matter. On the issue of the illicit economy, we couldn't agree more with the points that were made in that regard, and there is a special project that's been set up to make sure that we coordinate our effort better to fight the illicit economy. It would have been a SONA commitment from 2026. We will be appointing a highly powerful individual who's going to be coordinating all our work in that regard to make sure that we divert the illicit economy back to the licit economy and that the country derives the revenue it deserves from all the economic activity in the country. The national dialogue, I'd like to leave for the minister to deal with. I think minister will cover that, but there is work proceeding happening in that particular space. Member Ramolobeng, you asked about the ensuring stability within the GNU. It's a question that we've agreed minister will answer. There is a mechanism of managing disputes amongst the GNU partners, but minister will cover that. Coordination role around local government. So I had indicated that in FOSAD we do have local government represented, but there is a specific law that enables the presidency or national to coordinate local governments, and that's the Presidential Coordinating Council, where the president meets with premiers and local government, mayors and traditional leaders, in fact. So the PCC mechanism works. We have now, it has been enhanced where we have introduced a mechanism, a system where national cabinet meets with provincial cabinets, and we now have direct meetings between the president and the metro local government mayors across the system of the country. So we are continuing to enhance that. In relation to attending to problems in local government where the problems become a national crisis, the president has been establishing working groups. So the first one was established in eThekwini to stabilize eThekwini after the floods and things were just going south. The tourism was going that way, business were not investing, they were not able to work. We established a presidential working group, a partnership between government, all three spheres, national, provincial, local, and business, and labor, and community representative groups. And we've started seeing things turning around, at least in the case of eThekwini. We have also, President has also established a working group in Johannesburg. it's a bit of an uphill, but there is a presidential working group on Johannesburg. Very, 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 very nominal progress there, but it is under the radar. So where cities are battling and particularly the big cities, there is a plan to look at them. And overall, most of the services that are struggling because local government is not working functionally. So water, electricity, and refuse removal, all of those things are not working properly because municipalities are not working properly in terms of the constitution. Those areas are local government competence, and we have to follow the law in order to get local government to do the work it's supposed to do. And in eThekwini, we have found an interesting system that's a non-statutory intervention. So we haven't used Section 139 of the Constitution in eThekwini, and yet we've seen quite a bit of success with that. So we are also experimenting and utilizing various methodologies to try and get things to work in the country. The National Water Resource Agency, again, it's a matter that the National Department of Water is working on, water and sanitation, and they report in their portfolio committee. We are aware of the plans the plans that they have to ensure that this entity doesn't fall the way of all other SOEs. However, the beautiful thing about water is that it's a commodity that's funded, and the funding of water infrastructure is well established in the markets. We've had the history of the TCTA in this country, the Trans-Caledonian Tunnel Authority, that raised funds on the open market, and they paid for that. So there's quite a lot of market confidence in particularly building the upstream water infrastructure. So we're trusting that for the work that's been done over the years and going forward, we should be able to retain that. We have highlighted the issues of SONA. I don't know if Plan is ready to speak to one or two of SONA commitments that have translated into funded programs, but the compilation of the SONA is an iterative process. So we do not put things in SONA unless departments show that these are in their plans. And then by the time the president announces, we then just continue the monitoring, but she will indicate what percentages if we've got those as percentages. On the question of the NSP and the GBV reviews, Minister will deal with it. I'll leave it to the Minister. COO has dealt with the vacancies. I've dealt with the lifestyle audits. On the digital transformation, just to add to what the COO has said, we will be able to come back to the committee to address it on the digital transformation of the presidency, but also on the digital transformation of government under the umbrella of the digital transformation roadmap, which seeks to achieve exactly, Member Paulson, it's as if you've seen our documentation, that integration of fragmented infrastructure, interoperability, and ensuring transparency and ease of provision of services and ease of interaction with government. All of those issues are actually part of the objectives of the digital transformation roadmap, the national, the government-wide project that we are running. And whilst I'm on that one, if I come to the point that Member Mokoena Zondi made, so the Department of Digital Transformation is attending to the issues of access to the internet, and I know the minister will be able to speak better than me on that. There's a big challenge of the last mile. There were some conditions that were given to telcos in the country with this auctioning of the spectrum, but minister will complete that particular idea. On the issues of capacity limitations and capacity pressures, that's the story of our lives in government. We make it work. We just optimize with what we have. There's a particular period that we've just come out of where we were not able to hire human resources willy-nilly because the fiscal was under pressure, and we have found creative ways of working, pretty much utilizing existing resources. So we attended to COVID without expanding staff, except for the health workers. And that system showed us that you can actually optimize the manner in which government works in order to get much more higher impact results. So we will do that until the economy grows and we are able to bring in more staff. We are recruiting on an exceptional basis, and the system has been tightened to ensure that we keep the fiscus of the country proper, and we are now beginning to see the results of prudent fiscal management. And once the economy grows and the money comes in, possibly we'll be able to bring in more staff. Nobody will ever say in government they've got enough staff, but we also have to be prudent and work according to the size of the purse that we've got. Minister, I think I'll hand over to you unless there's something else you want me to deal with.
Thank you. Thank you, DG. Thank you, COO, for the responses. Maybe before I proceed, Bolani, do you want to just give us stats on the progress on SONA commitments, just briefly?
Thank you, Minister. And so as the DG indicated, it is an interactive process that starts from as far as early November, after departments have reviewed their existing annual performance plans. So they do submit inputs that are being analyzed in terms of risk and whether they can be implemented. And after the State of the Nation address, we do translate the speech into actions that are shared also with departments to ensure that they are included in the annual performance plans. Because once they are included in the annual performance plans as well as operational plans, it also indicates that there is a commitment for implementation. So DPME assist with that analysis and encourage also departments to finalize that process before the annual performance plans are tabled in Parliament. And indeed, all the 110 actions that are coming from State of the Nation address have been also included in the annual performance plans. We did also provide departments with a schedule for reporting on SONA throughout the year. And so the first reports, as DG indicated, will be coming on the 15th of this month, where departments will be reporting progress. Thank you.
Thanks, Bolani. Thanks, Chairperson. Then let me just go back and also deal with a few issues that the DG has responded to, but to give some flavor. Honorable Trolley raises a fundamental issue around delays in the water intervention with the early warnings. So the major problem has been the architecture of our government, how the system works. For instance, water, there's a national and a local government responsibility. And with that architecture, national government is the provision of bulk. Local government is the reticulation that makes sure water comes out of the taps. When the local government sphere fails to provide that water service, the law did not allow national to intervene because the powers and functions of local government have been set. We had to, since 2023, when the DP took over the responsibility, we had to work on amending legislation. You'll remember, members of Parliament, you went through and you're finalizing the other piece of legislation that is now resulting in the Water Service Agency, so that we could also then intervene and bring that capacity. And without that legislative amendment, we could not move and even make the current interventions that we are making. And related to that is the intervention we made in terms of the revision of the local government white paper that is now out for public comment. It was approved by Cabinet on this past Wednesday for public comment so that we could finalize. And on the issue around electricity, we just an update, the recent update on load reduction. We've received a report from the Minister of Electricity and Energy that they are indeed on track to eliminate load reduction. And in 7 provinces, load reduction will be completely eliminated before end of 2026. But you've got two provinces of Gauteng and KwaZulu-Natal that will not. As we speak, the department reported that load reduction in peak period is eliminated in Northern Cape and in Western Cape, and over 500,000 households are no longer experiencing load shedding across the country. And the issues they raise around why KwaZulu-Natal and Gauteng are delaying in terms of elimination of load reduction is because of the slow pace of metering that is taking place, but also the uptake from communities, but also the illegal connection as a result of informal settlements. You know the rate of informal settlements there, but they've committed that by early next year they would have finalized the.
Paulson, please, Paulson. Honorable Paulson, I didn't give you the platform. You are out of order. Allow the minister to respond, please. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Chairperson. And on maybe to just add on the lifestyle audits, you'll recall when the president spoke about lifestyle audits and the revetting in the police service and metros and critical areas that we are. SSA conducts also through the vetting process, conducts lifestyle audit, but of course there are categories that we conduct lifestyle audits on. So, but we are strengthening that capacity to make sure that it gets detailed, and the reports will be shared with the portfolio committee, the Joint Standing Committee on Defense on that part. And then the Honorable Ramlubeng raises a question around the coalition dynamics and plans to ensure the GNU dynamic. We've got two processes. The first process is the clearinghouse mechanism, wherein where there are issues of dispute, the matters are referred to the clearinghouse mechanisms to sort out the issues so that there can be alignment, and then it extends to then to the leaders of the parties that are in the GNU and the PNU, the Parliament of National Unity, so that we can then find each other on common issues. And we then also have discussions in cabinet. For instance, the issue around the foreign policy position of the country was an issue of debate, and the national interest of the country. And though the law is very clear that is driven by the president, we have had discussions and tabled an engagement so that we align. When there's an issue to say we are not in the same platform, we then bring it and have a discussion so that we are aligned and move from the common basis. So we have that mechanism. But the coalition instability does not only relate to the government of national unity. We are putting through the coalition's bill that is being worked through the Department of Cooperative Governance and Traditional Affairs, and that bill will soon come through so that members of parliament can apply themselves so that we can stabilize government, because majority of another contributor to poor service delivery is the instability of the local government sphere. So we are introducing that to deal with the local government sphere. On the issue around the review of the National Strategic Plan and on GBVF to ensure its effectiveness, we have tabled now a 6th report on the fight against GBVF. We're taking it to the UN, and we have released it yesterday after it was considered and approved by cabinet. But the Department of Women, Youth and People with Disability has gone further and realized that what we are tracking without an index and measuring the baseline is not going to be effective. So they developed a women empowerment index that tracks 3 things: the social component of the women empowerment, which deals also with the GBVF issue, the labor market and resources matter, which deals with economic empowerment, and then the decision-making sphere. In terms of the social aspect, it deals with your GBVF, but all other things that inhibit women to meaningfully participate in the social sphere, with access to education and so forth and so forth. Then on the labor market and resources, we deal with the access to credit of women, women being in important positions in the private sector, because there's serious movement in the public sector, but in the private sector, being CEOs of the Johannesburg Stock Exchange listed companies, but and also women support in running their own businesses and all those things. And what we, in terms of the index, the baseline of the index that is they're using now, what it has indicated on the decision-making in the public sector is leading that component. But when you go to the private sector, there's no movement is very dismal. But when you also, the weakest performing indicator is the labor market and resources component, which is about the empowerment of women. Because if you recall in the NSP, the fight has been, if women are not empowered and are not independent to provision for themselves, what will happen is that they will remain in relationships that are toxic and abusive because they are worried about their livelihoods. And the Tutuzela care center are not sufficient on their own. They can provide temporary relief, but you need to have meaningful relief. So that's the work that we've been doing to improve that part. To Honorable, then Honorable Ramlubeng also raises an issue to say, are the interventions that are made and I realize specifically to improve, to fix local government, won't the narrative being said that we're doing it because it's an election year? And I think we need to step back and go what we did in 2023 when the president appointed the Minister of Electricity then. And we said, and the minister worked on a plan with NICOM, and we said we're going to eradicate load shedding. And people said it's electioneering gimmick. But today, here we are, the load shedding is a thing of the past in the country. We've got normal load shedding as a cause of the maintenance and support, but it's no longer a recurrent load shedding. We're now dealing with the load reduction issue. And that narrative, the GCIS will have to take up that proper explanation to say it's not about election. And this work has not started now. If you look at when did we start in terms of fixing local government and improving service delivery, be it water, be it electricity. It started even with the phase 1 of the Vulindlela, which started in 2018 with the tenure or the term of office of President Ramaphosa. And linked to the issue around the Minister Ramokgopa, Minister of Electricity, and on the matter that was raised about the financial misstatements in the presidency in 2023-24, it arose when the president appointed Minister of Electricity and National Treasury did not provide the resources to support the minister. And then the presidency, because we are allowed to apply, we applied for an unforeseen and unexpected and unavoidable funding from the National Treasury, and they refused to grant us. And what was the presidency supposed to do? And even when the time it took them to respond, it responded after when the statements were already done. And there was no way, and that's why the Auditor-General indicated that there was a dispute between presidency and Auditor-General. And we're saying it's not, we didn't cause the situation. We did what we are legally required to do to make sure that we comply, we don't have a situation, and the Treasury was not responsive on time. If they'd responded on time, we would have disclosed the matter. But because they didn't process it on time for us, in line with when would they finalize the statements, there was nothing we could do. The statements were already finalized and they were done. And this relates to what are the interventions that are being made to improve the performance of municipalities where the audits are not improving. It was asked by Honorable Trollip. The National Treasury, as we have explained, is mandated as a department to then take the responsibility of the financial management and controls in government across all spheres of government. But so the issue around, initially we focused on getting unqualified audits. And then when we got the unqualified audits, we then chased the unqualified audits without matters, which is clean audit. Then once we're stuck on the unqualified with matters, because the argument was irregular expenditure is not necessarily unauthorized expenditure. Irregular expenditure was used for the purpose, it just did not follow the right process. But that's what's getting the cohort of 41% stuck in that yellow cohort. Then the National Treasury are now working on a mechanism to intervene, to do the debt certificates for those accounting officers who are not implementing the action plan, the audit action plans, and also who are having recurring, because you can't continue to have a recurring function unless it's a structural issue which must be addressed somehow. When they are having recurring findings, because it means they are not committed to clean up that finding or to clean up that flawed process in their system so that they can move out of that. So they are starting to track that the irregular expenditure and the recurring matters to say what is recurring, and the AG has been very helpful in indicating the recurring on individual departments. Then there was a question by Honorable Mahlatsi around whether the NDP, MTDP, strat plans, annual plans, and DDM plans talk to each other. They do talk to each other. And part of what the AG audits is that those plans are talking to each other. So your MTDP, it's aligned, as we've indicated, is an implementation plan of is a 5-year implementation plan of the NDP. And when we move from there, departments then have to do their strat plans. And the Auditor-General, when they come, they assess, are the strat plans aligned to the targets in the MTDP or advancing the goals and targets in the MTDP? And also in the DDM plans, are we moving to make sure that those DDM plans achieve the one plan, one budget approach that then gets us to deliver a functional system? So that is meant to make sure that we've got coherence of implementation of government policy. And the DG has explained how we follow up on the coherence in terms of the cabinet processes, the decisions, to say we follow up. There's even a week where we just simply follow up on matters decisions of cabinets that have been taken, and then we say this period is for departments to bring matters that were previous decisions that have been done, which they have not come back to, and then we because of that system, we track it. The contradictions of ministers on matters that are related to government positions, including the corporate ID. The corporate ID we've done, GCIS have been very firm, and cabinet and the president have been very firm on that. And wherever we see the violation of the corporate identity, we call out the minister, we get them to withdraw, and we get them to correct. If they don't, we then report them to the president, who then takes the necessary actions that are done, including on issues of where we are not aligned. I've explained that we then say, can there be a discussion so that we are all in one mechanism, or can the matter be referred to then to the clearinghouse mechanism? On the access to basic internet across South Africa, you will recall that in 2021, when we were auctioning spectrum, we put conditions for the auctioning of spectrum that says the MNOs, or what you call the telcos in simple language, who are getting spectrum, they've got obligations that they need to fulfill of connecting traditional leadership authority offices, because we said that sphere must have internet for the people to have, to connect schools, to connect clinics, to connect hospitals, but to connect public places. And that was matched with the commitment to do a community Wi-Fi hotspot. And I know that it's slacked down a bit, but the Department of Communications and Digital Technologies is then coming back to re-implement that and to follow up on the implementation of commitments by the MNO so that we can achieve universal access. And universal access today, it's easy to achieve given the advancement of technology and the LTE technology that is available. It means even in the most rural of areas, you should have that. So we are also tracking through the digital transformation roadmap. We are tracking that the universal access, because it's part of the digital public infrastructure which must be available to all South Africans. So that work, when we bring the report on the roadmap and the progress on the roadmap, will then bring an update of how far that progress is. And then there was an issue of, we appreciate the comments by Honorable Mahumapilu in terms of what he has proposed in terms of integrating the work, including integrating the work of government and parliament to strengthen oversight. It's really appreciated. So in the national dialogue process, we have the issue around the steering committee that it took a bit of a while to establish the steering committee because there were other sectors. Remember, the steering committee represent various sectors that the representation, they were not agreeing on who should represent them. So it got us to a while to get that steering committee getting its work done, and they were finally appointed. And the others who were not fully organized, we said they will join when the work is being done. And then the steering committee has set up itself with different sectors. It's different sectors, and they've got different focus areas. It's quite representative, and they are now finalizing a rollout plan for ward-based consultations so that they can start commencing with the ward-based consultation as we have indicated. And I think the Deputy President will soon announce the commencement of this ward-based consultations with the work of the steering committee. I think we have covered all the issues that we are there. Oh, the national interest framework, how do we track that? As I've indicated, the national interest was one of the issues that we needed to clarify each other and ourselves within cabinet in the GNU setup, and we did that session to track to clarify ourselves, to align. And for that, because previously we were using, when you travel, you are supposed to apply to the president for permission to travel, indicate the purpose of the travel, and then you come back and say, this is what I've done. But also in addition to that, when there are MOUs signed, now the presidency is consolidating the MOUs that are signed by the country across whether they are being implemented, because we have found instances where MOUs were not being implemented to bring them, how do I say, to make sure that people are signing and they remain in the shelves. But now we have a database. I think we are at 70 or 80%, Madam Goch, on the MOUs that are signed. 70 or 80% of consolidating all the MOUs to have a view and then track the implementations of the MOU. But also when now ministers and deputy ministers, when they come back, they table a report to the president to say, this is what we've done, this is what we have done. And the president and the deputy president then also gives feedback. And what we've been doing from the GCIS perspective after cabinet, because is reported to cabinet, then we'll announce what the visit achieved and what they did. So we are saying also ministers and deputy ministers on those matters that are not sensitive, that they must also report to the public in terms of the what they've achieved going in those trips, and what was the purpose and so forth, and what are the benefits for the country. But where we sit in terms of the mandate, the Department of DECO, in terms of the Foreign Services Act, are then the Center of Foreign Policy and National Interest Execution, and they help us coordinate that report. So they will furnish the reports through the relevant portfolio committee. Thank you, Honorable Chairperson.
Thank you, Honorable Minister and the team, for your responses. They are much appreciated. Honorable members, is there a question that has not been responded to? None. All questions were responded to. Let me then take this opportunity to thank all of you, honorable members, the minister in the presidency, and also the DG and COO and the team, and also our support in the committee for being with us from morning up until this time. We received today 2 presentations, of which the one of the AG opened our eyes on where to focus on when doing oversight as members of parliament in general, in all the departments and portfolio committees. Then the presidency presentations made us aware of how the presidency is structured. Outside this committee, we always say the presidency is ballooned with all the departments under the presidency. Meanwhile, those departments do have their own portfolio committees where they report to. So now as this committee, we are all aware of where we should focus on, and also to avoid encroaching in other portfolio committees' functions. So where there are cross-cutting measures, cross-cutting matters, we will see how we work together with those other portfolio committees. So we will make follow-up with yourselves, Honorable Minister, on the progress on SONA commitments, because we have interest in those as well. We will then invite the presidency to come and make the presentations to the committee. Honorable members, as I have earlier on removed the items at the bottom, one item at the bottom, the in-committee discussion, we will find a day where we will then come back together as the committee to deal with the draft report of the committee based on all the activities that we have embarked upon as a committee. We will then, in that meeting, deal with also the regulations of the committee and also the draft strategic plan and APP of the committee. So with those few words, Honorable, before I close, that meeting, it will depend because we are very busy with the budget vote. Budget votes will be starting next week. So the meeting might be virtual, maybe even later in the afternoon to accommodate all of us, as we know that most of the members who are serving in this committee, some of them are committee chairperson, we are serving in other committees as well. So where we will find space, we will communicate and make sure that we meet to finalize the work, because our budget vote is on the 2nd and the 3rd of June. So our report must be deliberated upon and be 80 seat well on time for the committee to participate in the debate. With those few words, honorable members, thank you very much, and thanks for your patience and your participation in this meeting. The meeting stands adjourned. Till next time. Thank you.